children. His trial is set for April 1st. Lori was in an Arizona court yesterday to schedule her next hearing, this one in connection to the death of her former husband, Charles Vallow. She has already been convicted and sentenced to life in prison for the deaths of her children and Chad's first wife. That hearing is set for August 1st. A West Valley man is facing charges accused of having explosive materials in his car earlier this month. Police evacuated several nearby businesses while a bomb squad checked out Arthur Palmer's car and cleared the scene. Now our top national story this hour from ABC News. In 2 days, South Carolina Republicans are voting their preference in the presidential primary.
Nikki Haley has really ramped up her attacks on Donald Trump in the final stretch. The question now, is it too little too late? She is still trailing Donald Trump by more than 30 points. This is her home state of South Carolina. Rachel Scott, ABC News.
Mark, it's still on a tear today. The Dow is up 210 points, 0.5%. The S&P is up 1.5%. It's the tech stocks that are really rallying. The NASDAQ now up 342. That is 2.2%. Coming up, we are finally going to get a break from the clouds and the precipitation. It looks like warm for the weekend, too. We'll check your forecast next. KSL News Time, 9:02.
It's a priority for us at this station to bring you all sides of a story and to talk about the news fairly, completely.
Get all the facts and be really aware. Utah's Morning News with us, Tim and Amanda.
Weekday mornings 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
One of the best ways to find out about 3-Day Kitchen and Bath is actually to hear the results for yourself. On the phone with us is Wendy in Darwin. Wendy, you got a brand new bathroom.
I do, and it's beautiful.
Are you loving it?
I am absolutely loving it.
Okay, tell me about your bathroom.
It went from a dark room that felt like an absolute cave when I walked into it to a bright, airy, opened the space up. I mean, I don't know what else. It's just absolutely wonderful.
She's almost speechless. So, Darwin, tell me about all the man stuff. How did it work? The quality, the convenience, how did they do?
Excellent. We contacted 3-Day Bath, and they got back to us the next day. The communication was excellent. They were on time in all their promises, and it's beautiful. It's a great bathroom.
Would you do it again?
Oh, absolutely.
For more about your new kitchen or bath, visit 3daykitchenutah.com.
3-Day Kitchen and Bath.
Imagine if you could track your credit score anytime without impacting your score. Or imagine if you could know before you apply for a loan how it might affect your credit score.
Well, you don't have to imagine it anymore because our friends at Utah Community Credit Union have done that. It's called the UCCU Credit Score Toolbox, and it's right on board their app.
You can take the building of your credit score into your own hands. All the things that you can do right there on the app, like, you can correct errors to your credit report right there and improve your credit score.
Well, they told us recently you can even simulate what will happen if you pay off a credit card or apply for a loan, how that might affect your credit score. I've never heard of anything like it.
Plus, you get a free monthly credit report that includes all the information that you'd find on your credit file.
The third tool in your credit arsenal is credit monitoring, and UCCU makes it happen. There's no new apps to download. The Credit Score Toolbox is right inside the UCCU mobile banking app.
Available now for free. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hi, friends. Dan, the laptop man here from PC Laptops. I get a lot of emails with feedback from customers. Here's one. Dear Dan, I just had the best experience ever. I bought a computer from Shane at your State Street store. I asked several what I thought were really stupid questions. Shane was super courteous and made me feel comfortable through the whole process. People need to understand how important it is to support a local company, especially when your experience is so good. PC Laptops really does love me. Signed, Satisfied. I love hearing feedback like that. It really just gives me the chills. It's the whole reason why I got into the computer business in the first place. You can get a brand new PC Laptops desktop, and they start at only $29 a month. And it comes with a lifetime warranty. That means if anything goes wrong, we're going to take care of you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. That's PCLaptops.com. At PC Laptops, we really do love you.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon Let's go back over to Heather Kelly.
Well, it's a pretty smooth commute now on the I-15 corridor throughout Weber and Davis counties, but you'll see a little bit of slowing on some of the major arteries like Foothill Drive heading up to University of Utah and trying to get into Little Cottonwood Canyon. Wasatch Boulevard is pretty congested as well, but everybody else moving at speed. Update your kitchen with Durden's Appliance, where they meet any competitor's price. Visit Durdens.com or on 5th South and Bountiful. Durden's, brands you know at prices you'll love. Heather Kelly in KSL Traffic Center.
Mostly cloudy today, and yes, we're going to get a little bit more rain tomorrow. The sun starts to creep in, and then by Sunday, Matt telling us earlier, we're going to be knocking on the door 60 degrees for a high, and then, return of snow coming on Tuesday. Right now in Salt Lake City, it is right where we started the morning, 36 degrees from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. I'm Tim Hughes. Remember to listen online at KSLNewsRadio.com, Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Yeah, we are keeping an eye on this massive cell phone outage in several cities around the country, mainly affecting AT&T customers, and try to figure out what's causing it. And also, customers are learning that your cell phones can still dial emergency numbers like 911, even if your cell phone company is experiencing an outage, which is something I didn't realize until I was listening to Utah's Morning News this morning, Dave.
Does it make you realize how addicted to our phones we are? I mean, these are massive, massive outages across the country. And I just realized we absolutely have changed the way we live with our lives revolving around the phone. I was trying to think, Deb, if I needed to call somebody, I have no idea what anyone's number is anymore. I have no idea. It's all in my phone. So we'll continue to follow that story. It's 9:07. It's time for the launch.
Sequence engaged.
And brought to you by Mountain America Credit Union. Here's the 3 things that Debbie wants you to know.
Countdown. 3.
Well, she is certainly vowing to stay in the race no matter what. No matter what happens in South Carolina, her home state, during the primary vote this weekend. In fact, she's coming to Utah next week. Nikki Haley, Boyd Matheson in the 11 o'clock hour to break down what Haley has to do to stand a chance at the Oval Office.
Some of you, perhaps a few of you in the media, came here today to see if I'm dropping out of the race. Well, I'm not.
I'm not sure why everyone's laughing. It's not crazy to think she might drop out of the race. She hasn't performed well compared to Donald Trump. Now, you compare her, how she would do in a head-to-head competition with Biden. She does even better against Biden than she does against Trump. But it doesn't matter if you can't win the Republican nomination. So, are we just pretending?
Countdown. 2.
Hey, look, the irony is not lost on me this morning that we're coming in hot talking about the grocery tax and repealing the grocery tax in our 10 o'clock hour on the very same day, almost in the same breath that we're talking about raising sales tax and hotel room tax to fund sports arenas in Salt Lake City specifically. Let's talk specifically right now about that grocery tax repeal effort that'll be on the ballot in November. Lawmakers say we can do that as voters, but there's a catch. We're going to hit the check stand at 10:05 to go in depth on what's at stake.
Okay, of all the things we've covered, you know me well. One of the big things whenever I see a law, I ask myself, is this actually do good or does this just feel good? I think this is the greatest example of feeling good, but getting rid of the grocery tax, the sales tax on food, it doesn't actually do any good. I'll break down exactly how much you can expect to save. You're going to be underwhelmed. There's the tease. Super underwhelmed.
Launch countdown. 1.
We woke up this morning to Utah's morning news and got smacked in the teeth with a hockey puck. Now Utah lawmakers want to increase the sales tax to help fund an arena for a pro hockey team, Dave. I am on tax raise overload because yesterday Utah lawmakers revealed their plan to increase a hotel room tax across the state to pay for an MLB stadium in Salt Lake City. But here's at least one spin on the MLB stadium.
We would put in less than half of the project cost to build the stadium, for example, but we would retain full ownership of the property once it's built.
Baseball wants $1 billion stadium. Hockey wants $1 billion stadium. This is unequivocally the worst timing ever. Like, how did anybody drafting this ever get married? Because your timing is awful. It could not be worse right now. You can't plant the seed of $1 billion for a baseball stadium and then 5 minutes later say, but we also want another $1 billion, but this time for hockey.
Dave and Dujanovic.
The launch.
Commence.
Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top local story.
It is totally bad dad joke time. It's like you hear the one about Utah lawmakers and their 2 for 2 deal? $2 billion will get you 2 pro sports facilities in one city, in Salt Lake City. So let's take a time out for just a moment because I was like, what are they talking about this morning? We were just talking about this MLB stadium yesterday and $1 billion. So let's start there. They've already pitched and unveiled the plan to raise the hotel room tax about $1.50 for every $100 spent on a night stay. To put $1 billion towards an MLB stadium near downtown Salt Lake City. We had the representative, Ryan Wilcox, on the show yesterday, who's sponsoring that $1 billion plan.
Where this is a tourism benefit and a lift, that is where that burden would lie rather than on most Utahns.
So tourists all over the state would have to pay for the $1 billion that would go into the stadium in downtown Salt Lake City for MLB. But there's now a new plan, $1 billion to fund an NHL arena, Dave.
Okay, so when we were wrapping our head around this baseball stadium, you figure it's about $1.50 for every $100. So if you $100 hotel stay, they're going to tack on an extra $1.50. That's going to help build the stadium. So when you say, okay, we want another $1 billion, how are they going to fund it? Are they going to raise the same tax? Are they going to do the same hotel tax?
Let's get with Adam Small, KSL News Radio, live in studio with us. You're up to bat.
Well, it is not the same as an MLB stadium. This actually would have a pretty direct impact on taxpayers, at least around the Salt Lake City area. So I've been looking over the bill text, and then Senator Dan McKay, which we'll hear from in just a few minutes on the show, actually spoke to the Salt Lake Tribune last night, and he explained that this bill, if approved by the legislature and then also Salt Lake City, it would raise Salt Lake City's sales tax by 0.5% from 7.75 to 8.25. That tax, he estimates, would generate $1 billion over the next 30 years. That is how they would pay for the stadium.
And I read the bill as well, Adam, and I also texted back and forth with Senator Dan McKay, and he's scheduled to join us in about 5 minutes live on the air to walk us through this NHL arena pitch. And it seems to be very hyper-focused on bringing an arena to Salt Lake City. It is for a first-class city in a first-class county. And he texted me this morning, and he confirmed it would be impacting Salt Lake City. So obviously they're trying to get an NHL team in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think this kind of comes on the heels of that report we got a few months ago of Ryan Smith and the Utah Jazz in contact with people at the Point of the Mountain Authority down in Draper, because we know that the Jazz might be looking for a new home too. So the way the bill text is actually written, this can fund an arena that either hosts an NHL team, the Utah Jazz, or even both of them, but it is Salt Lake City centric.
Boy, you touched on something, and I hadn't really thought about this. But if baseball's getting a new stadium, if hockey's getting a new stadium, how in the world are the Jazz in their stadium right now, built in 1990, going to be happy there? I guarantee if we're funding these two, if we're doing baseball and we're doing hockey, I guarantee you The NBA is next.
I know a lot of people are wanting to call in on this. We're going to take your live phone calls just after 9:30 this morning. Adam Small, thank you so much for being the one to take one for the team and reading through that piece of legislation for us. Straight ahead, Senator Dan McKay. He is the chief sponsor behind this proposal to fund an NHL arena in Salt Lake City. One of the questions we've got to ask him is how in the world can Utah lawmakers justify hitting taxpayers twice in 2 days with massive bills for sports teams?
Dave and Dujanovic.
A lot of us are filling our workdays with podcasts.
When you're working, go to KSLNewsRadio.com.
Click on Dave and Debbie's podcast and pick a topic and story length.
Podcast with Dave and Debbie. Then get to work with KSL News Radio.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
What a difference a week makes. Cold and rain last week, sun and 50s next week.
Mid-50s for the weekend?
Utah weather is never dull.
It's just incredible.
For a reliable forecast every 10 minutes on the 9s, tune in mornings and afternoons.
We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Tonight on a Law & Order Thursday event, we bid Jack McCoy farewell in Sam Waterston's final episode on Law & Order.
It's been a hell of a ride.
Then on SVU, the stunning conclusion of a case that's haunted Benson. And on Organized Crime, Stabler searches for a victim from his past.
I'm looking for someone I thought I'd save.
On a Law & Order Thursday event tonight on NBC.
Then stay tuned for KSL 5 News at 10.
Tonight on KSL, they found someone to build a deck.
He told me he was licensed.
They paid cash.
$11,615.
They were left with
nothing, absolutely nothing. He took the money.
They decided to get Gephardt.
Why is he allowed to keep doing this?
That's the question of what now I'm trying to figure out.
Why some unlicensed contractors are walking away with big bucks and small consequences, and what you can do about it. Get Gephardt, cited but not shut down. Tonight at 10 on KSL.
For John's 60th birthday, his family planned to drive down Old Route 66. But the trip took a detour when his wife got sick with RSV. It's a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems and hospitalizations.
This year, we don't want to cancel our plans. We're protecting ourselves with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine.
Abrysvo, a vaccine to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. It's not for everyone and may not protect all who receive it. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had an allergic reaction to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may decrease your response. Most common side effects are tiredness, headache, injection site pain, and muscle pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com.
So don't wait. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, because every breath matters.
As you all know, I've been on my SOTA weight loss journey. SOTA, S-O-T-A, stands for state-of-the-art weight loss because it is state-of-the-art. I've been doing this for 2 years now. I lost 37 pounds in just 90 days, and I'm still there right now. Let me tell you two of my most favorite parts about the SOTA weight loss program. One, no one has ever asked me, does SOTA work? Because the results don't lie. The pounds and inches melt away. It simply works because it's based on science and you've got the right support to help you every step of the way. My other favorite portion of SOTA weight loss is the people who come up to me at events on the street and who pull me aside and say, I did it. I did it. I lost 35 pounds. I lost 67 pounds. people who have made a change in their life and who are feeling better than they ever have. So you've heard me say it before, when it comes to your soda weight loss journey, there's no time to lose, only time to win. So start winning today. Check it out at sodaweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Tim Hughes. First, Chad Daybell will be in court today for his pretrial hearing. His trial is set for April 1st. Second, 19 people are in police custody after Sandy police busted what they suspect to be an identity theft ring. And third, the San Diego Zoo will be getting another pair of pandas 5 years after sending their last ones back to China. We're going to look for a high today, expected at 47 degrees. And right now in Salt Lake City, it is, let me just get a good look here, still 36 downtown. All right, let's get you back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. Dave and Dujanovic. Dave and Dujanovic. Special coverage of the top local story.
This show is not a repeat of yesterday's show. This is not a best of D2. It is true that Utah lawmakers have revealed a second plan to spend $1 billion in taxpayer money. This one is for a new NHL arena built in Salt Lake City. So it would be a Salt Lake City exclusive when it comes to raising taxes, too, which it would increase the sales tax a smidge, just a little bit, 0.5%. We're going to speak to the lawmaker, Senator Dan McCain, in just a moment.
Let me just say, I appreciate the fact they just didn't recycle the exact same idea as the baseball stadium. You know, they just didn't say, you know what, if we're going to raise the hotel tax by 1.5% to build a baseball stadium, let's just up it to 3% and build an NHL stadium. Oh, and while we're at it, let's add another 1.5% and build a new arena for the Utah Jazz. At least they're being a little bit more creative.
So NHL facility would be funded through a sales tax increase exclusive to Salt Lake City. You're welcome. The MLB stadium tax would be funded by everybody, including those of you who live in like Grand County and Paiute County and Daggett County, through an increase in the hotel room tax. You just send that money to help fund a baseball stadium in downtown Salt Lake City. So, Senator Dan McCain, good morning. We are getting bombarded with billion-dollar offers to spend taxpayer money from Utah lawmakers in the last 2 days. How's the timing feel right now for your pitch to fund an NHL stadium?
Well, thanks for having me. Can I just step back just like a 10,000-foot level and just look at the state of Utah and look at where we are? There are very few cities, there are very few states in the country who are looking at the problems that Utah has. We have a burgeoning housing market, we have a growing economy, and we are attracting the nation. We're attracting the attention of the nation for lots of great reasons. And we're also attracting the attention of the world with the Olympics coming in 2034, we hope. And now we have, major league franchises who are looking at, or, major league sports who are looking at the opportunities in Utah, who are looking at the fans, who are looking at, all the economic positive news that's coming out of the state of Utah and wanting to be part of being here. And I like, as a sports fan, as a lawmaker, as a citizen of the state of Utah, as a Utahn, I just look at it and say, man, this place is amazing that we have this much opportunity, and we're trying to decide between the best options. And I love those kind of problems.
I would go along with you on that. I think it's a pretty cool concept because I think growing up here, we've had the Jazz basically my entire life, and I think we've taken for granted what it has meant to the community. So the idea of bringing additional teams here, number one, is a little pie in the sky. If you would have said this 10 years, 15 years ago to me, I would have thought there's not a chance. We're just not big enough. So the fact that we're even in the conversation is fascinating. Here's one of my big worries, though. You look all across the country, any sport, whether it's basketball, football, you have big major cities like LA losing teams. LA, which has millions and millions of people, one of the largest cities in the entire country, they can't keep a professional sports franchise. And then a weird thing, flip that idea. You've got Green Bay, Wisconsin. They couldn't support the Packers more. So it feels a little bit like a crapshoot with going all in billion-dollar stadiums on franchises that may or may not work here.
Dave, I love that you brought that up because you are hitting at the heart of what we're trying to accomplish. You contrast, there are other problems in Los Angeles, but let's just step back for a second and say Salt Lake City is one of the few metro downtowns that still has a positive population growth. If you look, going all the way back to the 70s, 80s, 90s, our downtown was losing population quickly, and we were following those larger metropolitan cities as far as population trend and economic investment. We were following that trend for a long time, and the big change came when we had the Olympics. It disrupted that, and the investment that we had downtown. And then we had the investments you've seen that the LDS Church has made, City Creek, as well as all the improvements on Temple Square. It's still one of our largest tourist attractions in the state. And then you look at the opportunity we have here with both Major League Baseball and NHL and NBA, at those opportunities. And it is hard to not appreciate the fact that we might be shortcutting what some of the biggest downtowns are experiencing, which is a diversification of those assets and a flight from the downtown metropolitan areas, leaving those downtowns with a vacuum of problems and hard, difficult decisions to be made about how to solve them.
Senator
you look at
Dan,
what we do here, we have a lot of benefits.
Senator Dan McKay live on the line, unveiling legislation to fund an NHL arena or allow for funding for an NHL arena by increasing the sales tax in the Salt Lake City area. Look, I think we're missing the point that taxpayers are feeling the pinch right now as it is. And you have proposed, the lawmakers in 2 days, Senator McKay, have proposed a 2-for-2 deal, which has to do with bringing entertainment and sports teams to Salt Lake City, exclusively to Salt Lake City, at the cost of $2 billion to us. How do you justify $2 billion and expecting taxpayers to come up with that kind of money?
Well, it's always trying to balance our investments, right? In this situation, when a team leaves, let's hypothetically say that a team left, that a team leaves the Delta Center, right? Let's say the Jazz left the Delta Center. What do we have now? It is an empty arena. Generally they can hold, small bit things. It really, as an asset, it's an asset that brings a large operation and maintenance, issues along with it. And for the most part, the teams have a lot more flexibility than those arenas allow them. And so trying to make the right investments, working with Salt Lake City and working with Salt Lake County, we feel like NHL and MLB and keeping the Jazz downtown makes an important investment in the state of Utah. It makes an important investment in our urban downtown core and makes important, really generational investments in the state. And I recognize, and we don't do this lightly, if you look at MLB, they're pulling levers that for the most part will be absorbed by out-of-town, people visiting the state of Utah. So tourism will largely support those efforts. The sales tax from the Salt Lake City side, it's a local option that gives Salt Lake City the option to enact this 0.5% sales tax. That 0.5 consumptive-based tax, I love those as far as tax goes, because people get to choose how much they pay of it. And that consumptive-based tax will then help fund this generational investment in downtown Salt Lake. And I think if you look at the diversified levers that both options are pulling, we get a lot of strength in the state of Utah for the investment that will be made.
Senator Dan McKay, thanks for joining us.
Keep us posted We'll keep an eye on the Hill as well with our team of reporters and producers. So at this point, it does seem that Utah lawmakers are set on attracting a major league sports team, either NHL, MLB, or both, to the Salt Lake City area. Here's what Senate President Stuart Adams said about spending taxpayer money on an MLB stadium.
If and when we have a World Series in Utah, think of what that will do for the state of Utah and the ability to have that type of an event here.
But let's face it, this is our money. Even if it's our parents staying in a hotel room or our buddies coming into town to go to an MLB game down the road, this is our money. And people from Paiute County, from Grand County, Daggett County, Tooele County, you all be putting in that pot to help fund an MLB team. And now we add an NHL component to it as well. So let's take your live phone calls. 801-575-TALK, 801-575-TALK. $2 billion in taxpayer money? You okay with that?
It's 9:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Tim Hughes with a quick look at some of our top stories this half hour. The family of Gabby Petito are settling their emotional distress lawsuit.
Petito's parents are claiming that the parents of their daughter's killer, Brian Laundrie, knew what he did and kept it a secret. Petito and Laundrie were engaged before her murder in 2021. After hours of mediation, the families have decided to avoid any more legal trouble and come to a resolution. The details of that resolution are being kept confidential. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
We learned this morning that college football players from all 134 FBS teams can opt in to be a part of the EA Sports College Football 25 video game starting today. Every player who opts in will receive $600 and a copy of the game. Players who don't opt in will have a generic player avatar. Several athletes will also become ambassadors and get extra NIL compensation. Real Salt Lake dropped their season opener to Lionel Messi and Inter Miami. The score ended up 2-0 in Fort Lauderdale. RSL will be back in action Saturday night in St. Louis. Their first home game isn't until March 2nd. The markets have been on a wild run all morning, and we're still up 277 points on the Dow, up 0.75%. The S&P is up 1 3/4%, and it's the Nasdaq that's really been on a tear. It's up 379 points, or 2.4% this hour. Coming up, more rain throughout the early part of the day, then starting to clear out. Sunshine and a high of 60 by Sunday. Right now in Salt Lake City. We'll check the forecast. KSL News Time, 9:32.
Here's a way to get breaking news updates anywhere you go.
At the store or in a work meeting, you can get breaking news on your phone.
You can quickly read it, swipe, or click for more. It's super discreet, super fast.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
Senate Bill 210 is a medical emergency at the Utah legislature. Ophthalmologists and optometrists are not the same. Optometrists don't complete medical school, no hospital internship, and no surgical residency. Ophthalmologists are medical doctors with years of surgical training on real patients. Now, optometrists want to perform surgery using lasers on the only eyes you'll ever have. Optometrists are not medical doctors, yet they want Senate Bill 210 to suddenly make them surgeons. Does that make sense to you? Your state legislator can help stop this nonsense by voting no. It takes years of training to make a surgeon. No bill can ever change that. Your legislator can help stop this nonsense. Tell your legislator to keep Utah eyes safe.
Paid for by the Utah Ophthalmology Society.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my shows and...
Ha! Found ya.
The heck? How?
You left Find My tablet on.
This generation, ruining the game with their performance enhancers.
Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your home. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 200 megabit internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless plan, auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary. The Xfinity 10G network brings improved speed, security, reliability, and latency. Xfinity 10 gigabit service tier subject to permitting and construction requirements.
If you've ever experienced running out of hot water before your shower was done, or hard water spots on dishes and fixtures, I've got a deal you might be interested in. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you probably already know that a tankless water heater and a water softener solve both issues. If you've ever thought about looking into getting a tankless water heater, here's the deal I was talking about. Through the end of February, we're including a free water softener with every new tankless water heater we install. The best part of this deal might be that you never have to worry about being the last one to the shower again, or that you don't have to waste the money keeping 40 to 50 gallons of water hot 24/7. To take advantage of this deal, call Any Hour Services before the end of February. The visit's free and there's no obligation to buy. If you decide to have us install a new tankless water heater, we'll throw in the water softener for free. That's right, a free water softener when you purchase a tankless water heater. Pick up the phone and call Any Hour Services right now for all the details. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Time again for a look at traffic and weather together. Brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents a gallon. How are we looking, Heather Kelly?
Well, we're looking pretty good, especially if you're sticking to the major roadways across the Wasatch Front. No delays on I-15, the east or west side belt routes, or the 201 freeway. Where we do have a lot of the congestion is anywhere there's a ski resort. You've got big delays right now. The worst of them are trying to get into Little Cottonwood Canyon from Wasatch Boulevard. But you're also going to see delays getting into Park City, Deer Valley resorts there. But overall, it's a great drive right now with no accidents reported. The 9th Annual Salt Lake Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, March 1st and 2nd at Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. Over $40,000 in giveaway prizes. Kids 12 and under free. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
Today will be mostly cloudy, although we're seeing a little breakup in those clouds right now. A little sunshine actually downtown. More rain to come. Not a lot left in this storm, but tomorrow sunshine begins, and by Sunday we're going to be knocking on the door of 60 degrees for a high. Right now in Salt Lake City, it's finally starting to warm up. 37 this hour from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. I'm Tim Hughes, reminding you to listen online at KSLNewsRadio.com to Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
Wow, we got a huge lineup waiting on the phone lines right now to weigh in on this new proposal to raise $1 billion through an increase in a very exclusive area of Utah. This would be for Salt Lake City, a sales tax increase of 0.5%. To fund an NHL arena. Is that what they call it? A rink, an arena? You are not tuning into an old show here. This is in addition to what we talked about yesterday, Dave.
Yeah, where lawmakers wanted to raise basically $1 billion to build a Major League Baseball stadium. So yeah, in back-to-back days, plans were revealed. And taxes, how they were going to raise this money, was revealed of how to build both a Major League Baseball stadium and an NHL arena. So one of the things that we've asked is, do you have your phone calls? You lit it up. Everybody's on the line right now. We've got full phone lines. Let's start off with Chris in West Jordan. Chris, what do you think?
So I think that Salt Lake City has been nickeled and dimed to death. I mean, 0.5% is not much, but they have the highest property taxes in the state by far. And so I really don't think that another small increase is the answer for them. I think the legislature should get together and come up with 3 really good viable options to put to the voters so we can do a ranked choice voting kind of category in November. And then with the 4th option of go back to the drawing board and come again.
Look, thanks, Chris, for your phone call. I love the idea of attracting Major League Sports and pro teams to Utah. My concern is that now we've got two situations going on. I feel tapped out already just when I go to the grocery store. So they're asking us to put up more in sales tax in Salt Lake City and for visitors to spend more on a hotel room tax. Ryan and Sandy, what do you think about this 2-for-2 deal the lawmakers are pitching in the last 2 days?
Look, I absolutely love investing in the place that we live and grow and that our families are going to live and grow. My question is, and the devil is always in the details, do we as taxpayers, do we own any of these stadiums? Do we get to benefit from the increased property value over the years?
Yeah.
No, it's a great question.
Is this just a tax?
Yeah.
Is this just a tax credit that we're handing to them and somebody else owns the stadium and they benefit?
Well, we do have those details on the MLB stadium, right, Dave?
Yeah, I don't know about the NHL arena proposal, but we did ask that specifically to Representative Ryan Wilcox about the Major League Baseball stadium. And yes, the state of Utah would own that arena.
Yeah.
And then the ownership team would lease it from the state.
In fact, let me go back to yesterday's show when Representative Ryan Wilcox called in live. He just stepped off the House floor to talk to us about the MLB pitch to raise hotel room taxes and how that would play out with the new stadium.
We would put in less than half of the project cost to build the stadium, for example, but we would retain full ownership of the property once it's built.
So if you want to be a big boy city, you got to have big boy things. And to be very, very honest, Major League Sports is a huge part of being a major city. So I can see the enticement and the motivation behind lawmakers wanting to do this. James in Clinton, what do you think?
First of all, I just want to say thank you for everything you guys do for us listeners.
Oh, you bet.
And
That's awesome. Thank you.
The other thing is you can't stop progress. You no matter what, as the city grows, everything else is going to come with it, whether you try to oppose it or for it or against it. And so might as well get it out of the way now while you have control of it, because once the city grows to a point where it's too big, then you really won't have a say-so in it. So you might as well just let it go and watch it come in and
enjoy it as best you can,
Give
right,
into growth. James from South Jordan. Hi.
Yes. Hi, how are you?
So
Thank you
good.
for taking my call.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, right now, there's a lot of seniors that can't even afford to buy their groceries or pay for their prescriptions and are losing their homes because they can't afford to pay their property taxes. They're winding up homeless. Let the owners of the teams pay for these stadiums, and I think our lawmakers here right now have their heads buried in the dark. So it's time for them to start thinking of the seniors that their property taxes go up every day, and they can't afford to even pay them and pay for their prescriptions.
James, thank you for your perspective. It reminds me of what the Governor Cox said months ago when asked if the state would be willing to help fund some of these arenas. And he said, and this was specifically about the Major League Baseball stadium, he said, I don't think taxpayers should subsidize billionaires. We don't build stadiums. That's not what we do. Except for the fact that that's exactly what the proposal is for the Major League Baseball stadium. And we're still learning more about this proposed NHL stadium, who would be the owner of it, where the leasing would come from.
We do know it would be in Salt Lake City if this proposal gets through Capitol Hill. And we do know that it calls for a sales tax hike exclusive to Salt Lake City. So if you're a senior and you don't have a lot of mobility to go shopping and you shop in the Salt Lake City area, James, you're right. Seniors here would spend more. And Senator Dan McCabe just said, well, you've got some flexibility when, you're buying things and you're paying for, you're at that with that added sales tax. Well, not if you're in James's situation, not necessarily. the same rules don't apply to everybody. I want to try to squeeze in Don from Kaysville, only because he's from your hometown. Don, can you say it in 30 seconds?
Yeah, just a couple of points. Larry Miller built the Delta Center. That ought to be the model that we should be following. The whole Wasatch Front is going to benefit from the stadium because they're going to be coming to the games and participating in it. So maybe it shouldn't just be Salt Lake City that pays for it, but spread across the whole Wasatch Front. And then the hotel tax. The argument there is it's not locals that pay for it. It's the visitors, it's the out-of-towners, and there is some merit to that argument.
Oh, thanks so much. Don from Dave's hometown of Kaysville.
Thanks, Don.
We're not going to let go of this conversation because, of course, we've got the MLB stadium and the pitch there to fund that through an increase in the hotel room tax. And we know the spin on that is that Utahns would then own the stadium.
We would put in less than half of the project cost to build the stadium, for example, but we would retain full ownership of the property once it's built.
But when we were talking about this in the show prep meeting that we had this morning, Dave and I are like, wait a minute, full stop, time out, folks. We don't even have an MLB team that's committed to coming to Utah. Dave's going to break down what our competition looks like for us next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
You know KSL is the only news radio for your car, right?
The only news radio for your smart speaker.
Come here in the morning. It's the latest news and traffic. In the afternoon, news and updated weather.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
I think I found it. I think I have found the secret to losing up to a pound of fat every single day. It's at slcfatloss.com. Salt Lake City Fat Loss is a program that I've been on almost a month now, and the results have been incredible. In just over 3 weeks, I've lost over 25 pounds. I've been so happy with the results. I feel great. And I'm not starving either. I was a little bit worried about that. I thought I'd just be voraciously hungry all the time. But no, their program takes that into account. Most clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two, so I'm right on track. Very excited about that. And they do it without surgery, without injections, no point counting, no exercising, and no prepackaged meals. I like the prepackaged meals angle of it because I feel like I'm learning good habits, which means to me, I can carry this on. You know, it's not just a yo-yo diet for me. So if you want to learn more, go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. You can schedule your free consultation in person or virtually. Give them a call, 801-450-1882. That's 801-450-1882.
KSL Broadcast Group contests are open to participants 13 years of age and older that are residents of Utah, Idaho, Wyoming, and Nevada, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, or other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest may not enter. Persons who have won in the last 90 days from a station contest or event are not eligible. Full general contest rules are available at kslnewsradio.com.
Attorney Joe Cordell. Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters, and that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills. Offices in Midvale and Clearfield, 1412 South Legend Hills Drive, Suite 200, Clearfield, Utah, 84015. Online at CordellCordell.com.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Grab your family and some gear and head to the 2024 Skijoring the Bear exhibition in Garden City on Friday, February 23rd. Bring your skis, and join the race, or attend as a spectator to watch horses pull skiers through a course with jumps. Race divisions include Open, Novice, and Rookie, with buckles and cash prizes for the division winners. Everyone can enjoy food trucks, vendors, and more. Ski-joring the Bear in Garden City, just west of Heritage Park. Helmets are required for ski-joring, and you need to bring your own skis. Kids 10 to 12 are free. Great lodging deals can be found at bearlake.org. Attend this
With the three
exhibition
things you
event
need
on
to know
Friday,
this hour, I'm
February
Tim Hughes.
23rd to see or experience the excitement of ski-joring. Visit skijoringthebear.com for more information. skijoringthebear.com.
Maybe it's because they're excited about Leap Day at the end of February. This is Jeff Kaplan. At Advanced Window Products, Leap Day means they get an extra day to build windows. But for you, it's an incredible opportunity. This month, they'll give you $2,500 off on 10 windows or more. $2,500 off on the highest quality custom window frames and double pane glass. They'll lower your energy bill and give your home an exciting new look. Any style, any color. At Advanced Window Products, you save money because they cut out the middleman. They build your windows right here in Salt Lake City. They install the windows and they guarantee them for life. So beat the rush. Once it gets warmer, their schedule backs up and you have to wait months and months for installation. So make the call and get to the head of the line. Save $2,500 and get custom precision windows built right here in Salt Lake City. Advanced Window Products offers 60-month 0% financing. You can buy now, pay later, but call now. 801-850-9100. 801-850-9100 or visit advancedwindowsusa.com.
With the three things you need to know this hour, I'm Tim Hughes. First, thousands of people around the country woke up this morning without any cell phone service. AT&T, Cricket Wireless, Verizon, T-Mobile, and other providers all had problems with over 64,000 outages. Second, we're paying more for food than we have in 30 years, according to the Wall Street Journal. This could be because of things like high labor cost or record low number of cattle. And third, Yale University, now the second Ivy League university to require standardized test scores for admission. We're going to shoot for a high today of 47 degrees and right now 37 in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
David Dujanovic.
Before we get to Dave's breakdown, his research regarding what our odds are of getting an MLB team, I want to remind you that it is secret contest time. It's one for our podcast listeners exclusively. So we're super excited that a lot of you are subscribing to the David Dujanovic podcast on your favorite podcast platform. And Dave will give you a keyword. And then what do they do with that keyword, Dave?
You text it, 57500. You text that keyword to 57500, and we will enter you into a little contest, the secret contest, again, only available for podcasters, and you could win some AirPod Pros.
I don't care what cliche you choose to use. It's like the cart before the horse or the tail wagging the dog, but it does start to feel like that when we talk about funding and raising hotel room taxes or sales tax in Salt Lake City to build or to help fund an MLB stadium on the west side and a new NHL facility. So Representative Ryan Wilcox is sponsoring the legislation about the MLB stadium, and that would be a statewide hotel room tax increase, about $1.50 for every $100 our parents spend on a hotel room when they come visit us. And he talked to us about it yesterday.
It is the transient room tax, which is primarily paid through hotel stays. And that part is true, and that's by design, where this is a tourism benefit and a lift, that is where that burden would lie rather than on most Utahns.
And that's mostly how they would come up with the almost $1 billion that they're looking to collect in order to help fund. And then they'd say we would own that MLB stadium on the west side of Salt Lake City. We don't have an MLB team, though.
Yeah.
It's like
all of this is contingent on us actually getting the team. They're not going to raise it right now.
It's kind of like building a really big spec home and then just hoping that the right buyer comes along to scoop it up. And
no, it's a good point, because some people may think that's what's happening, but none of this kicks in until Major League Baseball in Salt Lake sign an expansion agreement. So all of this kicks in once we are guaranteed to have a team. So yeah, they're not. You don't have to worry about it. It's not happening tomorrow.
I think I felt like I've lost sight of, what the chances are. What are the odds that we're going to land an MLB team, which would be my dream. I got to admit it. I'm a huge MLB fan. I went to a Yankees game for the first time in my life this last summer. And it was $12. So when you talk about affordability,
good point.
I think MLB probably a lot more affordable. Maybe that's because they don't have as many fans or whatever, or they have a lot more seats, or they have a lot more games.
A lot more games. That's the key.
Okay, so a lot more games. I paid $12 to get a seat. Actually got a seat at Yankee Stadium. It was awesome. So what have you been researching, Dave, for me and for our listeners to know, what are the chances we're going to get a team here?
So we know how much we love Salt Lake, and we can really make the pitch for why we would be a great spot. But you have to really look at it holistically. Okay, what about all of the other states and cities that are pushing for the exact same thing? Because expansion, we assume, is going to be 2 teams, only 2 teams. So of all the cities out here, we have to narrow it down to the 2 best. Now, rumor has it that there's going to be an East Coast team and a West Coast team. But let me just put out some of the names that are out there, the cities. Jeff Passan with ESPN does a phenomenal job covering baseball. And anyway, he put a big list together. Can I give you a few of the ones that scare me the most?
That are best toughest competition?
Yeah, ones we would have a tough time battling against.
So, we're in the World Series to get an expansion team, and what cities are we up against?
Okay, oddly enough, the one that scares me the most is not actually in America.
Really?
It's an expansion team proposal in Mexico City.
Really?
Mexico City has a population of 9 million people. It's one of the largest cities in the entire world. Their metropolitan area, they're drawing from 21 million. They are 7 times the size of the entire state of Utah.
So they would probably fill that stadium and then some.
Every single night. Mexico City would, and they love baseball down there. They had this incredible run in the world, what was that called? It wasn't the World Series, like the World Championships where all the countries got together. Anyway, they had a great run. But Mexico City scares me. They love baseball. This is the one downside is you would have to convince the entire franchise and all the players, you're going to have to live in Mexico City. Now, that might be a deal breaker. It may not be, but that's definitely something. I've heard this as a problem in the NBA for the Toronto Raptors. That, living in a different country, that can be problematic.
Plus having those flights to get to their games. Wow.
They all charter.
Still,
yeah.
That sounds like a much longer flight.
That one scares me, though.
Okay. So
that's a very, very intriguing one. It's a significant travel issue as well.
Sure.
So,
okay.
Can you imagine going from New York all the way down to Mexico City for a weekender? Okay, so that one scares me. Nashville, Tennessee, that seems to be one of the leading candidates. Nashville has just exploded over the last.
I know, but come on, it's the home of country music. I mean, we got a lot more than that going on here.
Some of the history of baseball in Tennessee, there's a lot going on in Tennessee. It's a hot spot. It's kind of the Vegas.
Okay, that one does scare me. I mean, I am a huge country music fan. I could certainly see the draw, and they get a lot of tourists there because of country music. So that could be some serious competition.
Yeah. Very similar to what Vegas kind of draws. Nashville does the same thing.
Yeah,
so
for different reasons.
The hope is that Nashville would be the East Coast team, the quote-unquote East Coast team.
It's close
and
enough.
that we would be the West Coast team. That would be the best case scenario.
What else you got?
Portland doesn't scare me
neither.
very much.
Yeah.
San Jose, California doesn't scare me.
Too many teams in
San Antonio is almost identical to Salt Lake as far as market size. The argument is that, it's only 90 minutes from Austin, which is a much larger city, but it's 90 miles apart, right? Are you going to jump in your car and drive 90 miles to go to a baseball game? I just think it's too far apart So I don't think the Austin-San Antonio pitch is nearly as exciting. So, there's North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina, Orlando, Florida. Yeah. Not worried about Raleigh, not worried about Orlando. You can have your Disneyland, don't care. So there's only a couple that really worry me. Mexico, Nashville, Montreal, they already had their shot. You lost them. Tough beans.
Okay.
You only get one shot.
I love the research project, Dave. Love it. Dave has literally 25 pieces of paper in front of him. Great job. Lets us know where we stand with Major League Baseball. Next, let's talk about the repealing the grocery tax. How ironic is that? How ironic. We're talking about repealing the grocery tax in the same breath we're talking about increasing a sales tax in Salt Lake City. We're going to go in depth next.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 10 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Britt Johnson. KSL's top story this hour, Utah might be appointing a water agent to negotiate water rights with other states.
We need to be able to work together as a state and as a region.
Senate President Stuart Adams says we're behind the 8 ball in negotiating with other states. Critics say this bill is undemocratic because it shields the agent from sharing information with the public. Adams says that will help keep negotiations smoother, according to the Deseret News. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. A major shakeup at Boeing in the wake of serious safety incidents involving 737 MAX planes.
The head of the 737 MAX program suddenly ousted and replaced. Boeing has been facing extreme scrutiny after that door plug incident. The plug flying off an Alaska Airlines plane in midair, but incredibly, everyone survived. The NTSB believes 4 bolts designed to prevent that door plug from falling off the MAX 9s were never reinstalled at Boeing's factory in Renton, Washington, triggering major questions about Boeing's quality control.
That was ABC transportation correspondent Gio Benitez reporting. Your money at this moment, the Dow in the green, 236 points. The S&P is up 78 points. And the NASDAQ has gained 358 points. Coming up, it'll start warming up. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 10:01.
News doesn't just mean information or dates.
It's the story of our local history being told in real time.
Be a part of the story. This is Tim Hughes and Amanda Dixon.
We hope to be a part of your story. We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Salt Lake City will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
I'm Jason Walton. In business, I mentor hundreds of Utahns as they pursue their American dream. The same dream career politicians treat with contempt. They send our money to our enemies abroad while shortchanging our veterans at home. It's not right. They're letting drug cartels escort criminals and terrorists across our border. It's time to stand up. So I'm running for the United States Senate. Stand with me. I'm Jason Walton, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Jason Walton for Senate.
For the right repair and the right paint, the right choice is manufacturer-certified Martins Collision Repair. Hi, I'm Tiago Martins, and few have met the rigorous certification by Kia, Dodge, Infiniti, Chrysler, Jeep, Nissan, Hyundai, and many others. But it's one more reason that Martins is your right choice. Check online at martinscollision.com. On State Street in Orem and in Salem, we work with all insurance companies.
The right repair, the right paint, the right choice. Martins Collision Repair.
For the right repair and the right paint, the right choice is manufacturer certified Martins Collision Repair. Hi, I'm Tiago Martins. Many shops have ASC and ICAR certified technicians, but few have certifications by General Motors, Nissan, Chrysler, Hyundai, Jeep, and many others, making Martins your right choice. Online at martinscollision.com, on State Street in Orem and in Salem, we work with all insurance companies.
The right repair, the right paint, the right choice. Martins Collision Repair.
Transform your old, outdated kitchen with Half Price Granite. For a limited time, Half Price Granite is offering special pricing starting at $25 per square foot installed. That's lower than most big box stores. These prices are some of the lowest around. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite, all starting at $25 per square foot installed. Call 801-486-1700 or visit halfpricegranite.com. Half Price Granite, affordable luxury.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Heather Kelly.
Well, the good news is we don't have traction devices required to go into Big or Little Cottonwood Canyon anymore, but the roads there are still a bit wet, and you have excessive delays trying to get into Little Cottonwood Canyon right now from the mouth of the canyon. We do also have a minor fender bender on the on-ramp from 600 North in Salt Lake City to go southbound I-15, but it's over on the shoulder. Imagine pop, rock, and jazz hits with the full power of the Utah Symphony. Get your tickets at utahsymphony.org/pops. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, the high today 47 degrees, and it'll get progressively warmer as we move into the weekend. Saturday looking really nice, up to 59 degrees and sunny, but we're not out of the woods yet. More snow is forecasted next week. Right now it's 39 degrees and clear. I'm Britt Johnson from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories. On KSL News Radio, the food tax debate, a special presentation with Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Yeah, that debate's been going on for decades now, whether to keep or ditch the food tax. I mean, we all get hungry. We all need to eat.
Feed me Seymour. Feed me all night long.
But let's start here. Do we even know how much we pay for groceries? So according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, groceries should cost you about $259 per person per month. Who made that up?
That's in Utah. That's specifically in Utah, and we're one of the lowest in the nation.
So what is that about? Let's see. $12,448 for groceries for a family of four.
Yeah.
A year.
Right. That is a chunk, and that doesn't count eating out either.
Yeah. So of that $12K, you're paying sales tax on that food, but not necessarily all of it, right? Some of that food. The state is offering up a solution to Utahns. You can get rid of the sales tax on food if you like.
And Deb, you know me, that I'm a big fan of looking at the laws that are passed as, does it sound good or does it actually do good? And I think this is one of the biggest examples of sounding good. Sounds great. You know, let's get rid of the food tax. But in reality, I don't think it's doing that much good because it's not that big of a tax.
So let's do two things before you get into your details about your sounds good pitch. Let's listen to the report filed by our very own KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston on this issue that is brewing in Utah right now on the food tax debate. And in a moment, we're going to get with a lawmaker who has been in on some decisions and the process of getting us to where we are now.
When you hear this sound,
please scan your first item and place it in the bag.
You know, Utah's about to charge you nearly 2% tax per item. But voters can choose to change that this November if they decide to change how income tax gets used in Utah. It's currently in the Constitution that income tax money can only go to education. But lawmakers last year passed a bill that kicks the food sales tax to the curb if 2/3 of voters allow that requirement to go away. As for the odds of a constitutional change, a Deseret News poll from last spring shows only 1/3 of voters are for it, while half are against it. Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
Joining us right now is Representative Karen Peterson. And Representative, thanks for joining us. Let me just make my final little pitch of why I think this isn't nearly as impactful as maybe we had hoped or how it sounds. say I spend $1,000 on groceries every month. The state sales tax portion of that is 1.75%, right? That's only $17. That's $4 a week. So as good as it sounds, I'm not sure $4 a week is changing the tides here.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you having me on first. And I do think that because we have kept our sales tax on food low, the impact is, different for different families, right? For some families, when they're seeing the cost of inflation on food, they feel like, that little bit would make a difference for my family. So we've heard from a lot of constituents over the last couple of years requesting that sales tax be removed off of food.
But the way it's framed now, Representative, is the only way that we can get rid of the sales tax on food is to change an amendment in the Constitution, which would allow lawmakers to use, income tax that they collect now for education for other purposes, right?
Yes. So while the impact on each family is small, once you add all of that impact together on what state revenue comes in, then you're leaving really essential services, things like water, public safety, programs for seniors, air quality, those kinds of things now have less funding because of the artificial silos we've created in our budget that make us make those kinds of decisions. So last session, we worked really closely with the education community. I am a huge supporter of public education. I've been working in that space a long time. And one of the things that they worry about is guarantees on funding for new students that come into this system and to help with inflationary costs that haven't always been funded by the legislature. So what this proposal does is actually say, if voters remove the sales tax on food, then out of the income tax, first and foremost, come those two funding things to education every year, and it's in the Constitution. So voters would have to then change their mind again to take that out.
So I'm also a little uncomfortable whenever we have kind of the quid pro quo. Like, if you want this, then you got to pass that. And I think these are two things that we should be able to separate and say, okay, let's have a real discussion and a debate about whether or not the sales tax is necessary or needed. And let's have another conversation about whether we want the entire income tax to go, to be mandated to go exclusively, essentially, to education. Why combine these?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So we are the only state in the nation that has this constitutional earmark for public education. And I would argue that we don't care necessarily where the money comes from in state revenue that goes to public education. We care that it gets to public education, right? Yeah. So at the same time, we're trying to balance the budget and follow our current Constitution. And the sales tax in our state is not rising at the same rate as our income tax revenue is rising. And so as we sit up here at the Capitol and we think about critical state needs, it creates these, like I said, these silos or these buckets where you say, well, we'd really love to do more on homelessness, for example, but that bucket is shrinking. And all of these social kind of issues also impact our schools. So how come we've created this artificial barrier or buckets, and knowing then that sales tax on food reduces how much we have in the bucket for all of the other needs, it does end up tying the conversations together in a way that if we talked about them one at a time, it would be really difficult. For example, if we said, okay, we're going to remove the sales tax on food, but now we've just reduced a revenue source that's already decreasing. And so that becomes a challenge then to meet the state's needs.
Representative Karen Peterson live on the line as we go in depth this morning on the food tax and the efforts to repeal it, but only if voters decide to amend the Utah Constitution to allow for income tax, which is now allocated for education, to be spent in other ways. So the reason that it is allocated to be spent on education is because many, many years ago, my understanding is, if my memory serves, is that voters made that happen because there was some concerns over how lawmakers were spending that money, and we were bottom in the nation when it came to education spending. So do you expect that voters trust lawmakers enough now to stick to their word?
So this is the thing. I think that what this does is it says, lawmakers, we're telling you constitutionally, you have to fund new students every year and you have to fund increased costs. Right now, it doesn't say that. As much as people want it to say that, all it says is the money that gets spent on education comes from this source. And what this now will say is, no, Utah is required to prioritize in the revenue we receive from income tax, our education system first and foremost. And it puts that into the Constitution in a way that we have never had a protection for public education before.
Representative Karen Peterson, thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much, for calling in. Straight ahead, let's get into this. Does getting rid of the food tax make sense, actually, to taxpayers? And we're going to go straight to the Utah Taxpayers Association. They've been crunching the numbers behind the scenes, so we're going to ask them to crunch the numbers on the air live.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Dave and Debbie go out of their way to make sure you hear all sides of a story.
They're working the phones to get several viewpoints on for you.
Hi, it's Tim and Amanda. We get you the full story, too.
We have you covered on KSL News Radio.
When you crash your car, you get it fixed. When your computer crashes, you get a new one. But what will you do if you've been saving in a 401k or an IRA and the market crashes? If you're in your 30s or 40s, you'll be just fine. But if you're in or near retirement, you could be in trouble. Mike Stevens and his team at Capital Wealth Advisors are here to help. They can run a risk analysis to see if you're too heavily invested in the market. Don't let the ups and downs of Wall Street control you or your retirement dreams. Call 801-210-5500 today to schedule your risk analysis with Mike Stevens and the team at Capital Wealth Advisors. That's 801-210-5500. Crashes happen. Question is, are you ready? Capital Wealth Advisors, 801-210-5500. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal. Advisory services offered through Capital Wealth Advisors, LLC, a state of Utah registered investment advisor.
Sometimes you just need to know.
The man is in police custody. The FBI is investigating the incident.
Other times, you need to know more.
The police have said there is no threat right now.
The why is also really important, and we'll get to more on that in just a moment.
Get breaking news from Tim and Amanda first thing in the morning. Then join Dave, Debbie, and Boyd Matheson for deeper conversation about the news in your middays, and Jeff Kaplan on the drive home when you want to know more.
We have you covered
all day
on KSL News Radio.
Tonight on a Law & Order Thursday event, we bid Jack McCoy farewell in Sam Waterston's final episode on Law & Order.
It's been a hell of a ride.
Then on SVU, the stunning conclusion of a case that's haunted Benson. And on Organized Crime, Stabler searches for a victim from his past.
I'm looking for someone I thought I'd saved.
On a Law & Order Thursday event tonight on NBC.
Then stay tuned for KSL 5 News at 10.
Tonight on KSL, they found someone to build a deck.
He told me he was licensed.
They paid cash.
$11,615.
They were left with
nothing, absolutely nothing. He took the money.
They decided to get Gephardt.
Why is he allowed to keep doing this? That's the question that I'm trying to figure out.
Why some unlicensed contractors are walking away with big bucks and small consequences, and what you can do about it. Get Gephardt, cited but not shut down. Tonight at 10 on KSL.
Grab your family and some gear and head to the 2024 Skijoring the Bear exhibition in Garden City on Friday, February 23rd. Bring your skis and join the race or attend as a spectator to watch horses pull skiers through a course with jumps. Race divisions include Open, Novice, and Rookie, with buckles and cash prizes for the division winners. Everyone can enjoy food trucks, vendors, and more. Skijoring the Bear in Garden City, just west of Heritage Park. Helmets are required for skijoring, and you need to bring your own skis. Kids 10 to 12 are free. Great lodging deals can be found at bearlake.org. Attend this exhibition event on Friday, February 23rd to see or experience the excitement of skijoring. Visit skijoringthebear.com for more information. skijoringthebear.com.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
Psst, hey, Mark, remember, getting help from Progressive is so easy. You can use the mobile app, chat with us online, or call us.
And you pick now to tell me.
I couldn't miss Little Grace's ballet recital. Oh, thanks for inviting me, by the way.
Did I?
Because you know I'm always here for you.
Yeah. I can use the mobile app if I need help. Sorry, you're in my wife's seat, though?
Oh, yeah, I gotta go anyway. Tell Grace she nailed her chassé.
Get the help you need from Progressive with our mobile app, online chat, or over the phone. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Getting help with electrical repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Britt Johnson. First, Utah might be appointing a water agent to negotiate water rights with other states, but critics want to make sure the agent shares the info with the public. Second, the head of the Boeing 737 MAX program has been ousted and replaced since the company is facing extreme scrutiny after a door plug flew off mid-flight. Third, a Utah lawmaker has introduced a bill aimed at helping fund a new NHL stadium in Salt Lake City. Right now, it's 39 degrees and clear in Salt Lake City. Back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. The Food Tax Debate, a special presentation with Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
This will come up on the November ballot. Feels like it's, months away, but hey, this year is already flying by. So we're going in depth today, all day long on the food tax. Lawmakers have a plan to get rid of it. Let's let Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio, walk us through that plan. Then we're going to talk to the Utah Taxpayers Association and ask them to crunch the numbers for us, and whether this makes sense or not.
This is the ultimate 2 birds with 1 stone thing coming up on November's ballot. Voters are going to be able to decide whether they want to amend the Utah Constitution and remove the earmark that dedicates the state's income tax solely to education. It would take 2/3 of people to give a thumbs up for this to happen, but lawmakers passed a rule last year that if that earmark goes away, so does Utah's 1.75% sales tax on food. As for the odds of a real constitutional change going down, a Deseret News poll from last spring shows only 1/3 of voters are for it, while half are against it. Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
Isn't it kind of funny how many years and decades we've tried to address the food tax? I mean, we have been Jekyll and Hyde over the food tax. We had it. Then we got rid of it. Then we brought it back. And then remember, just a few years ago in 2019, lawmakers almost quadrupled the food tax to 4.85%. And then the people rose up. 150,000 people signed their name on a petition. And then lawmakers are like, never mind. Never mind. Well, we take it back. Takesies, backsies. They just ejected on that plan. But they were going to almost quadruple the sales tax 5 years ago, and now they want to get rid of it altogether?
There's that caveat that they're like, look, you can get rid of the food tax, folks, but in order to do that, you have to allow us to use the income tax for things other than education. We just spoke to a lawmaker who's been in on this conversation up on Capitol Hill, and I don't know what the right thing to do is here. I understand that, funding mechanisms are shifting with income tax and sales tax, and so maybe lawmakers do need more flexibility. But many years ago, Utah voters decided lawmakers weren't doing enough for education. So that's why we decided, you know what, we need to have an earmark on income tax for education. Rusty Cannon with the Utah Taxpayers Association. I know y'all have been crunching the numbers behind the scenes. What's your take on this? Do we need to repeal the food tax?
Well, I think we should. I mean, one thing that I think you mentioned 2019, a valuable lesson that lawmakers learned and a lot of people learned in 2019 is there's not much else that could be more popular of an idea than getting rid of or reducing the sales tax on food. It unites essentially both sides of the aisle, if you want to put it that way. And they all united in opposition to what was done, roughly 5 years ago now. Time flies, but we think it is a good move for a couple of different reasons, which we can explain. There's essentially two buckets of revenue that the state has access to: a little bucket and a big bucket. The little bucket is sales tax, and the big bucket is income tax. Little bucket's about $4 billion a year right now, and the income tax is about $8 billion a year. The problem is that little bucket has to fund everything under the sun for state government except for education. And so in order to have access to that bigger bucket, that's why the constitutional change is needed. And in return, you can then take $200 million, that's about what it is, $200 million a year out of that little bucket and give it back to taxpayers by reducing or eliminating the state sales tax on food. So that's why it's coupled together in one constitutional amendment, and we think it makes sense, and we think it will pass, and obviously everybody needs to be educated on it.
One of the things that keeps coming to my mind, Rusty, is I think everyone that wants to get rid of the sales tax and why it's so popular is because it does. It sounds great. But you break down what we pay for groceries. A family of four, about $1,000 a month. 1.75% is about $4 a week. Like that's not moving the needle on anybody. Nobody is going to the store every week, spending $250 per week and saying, you know what, though? You know what would make a difference if I paid $246? That would fix everything. So I know it's popular, but it's not that much money. It's not impacting anyone's life.
Well, that's a fair point. The advocates for getting rid of it would disagree. The main story that's been told for years now has been how hurtful and destructive it is to those, especially on lower incomes. And you make a great point, and there's varying opinions on it, but there's typically a very vocal support for getting rid of it for those reasons.
I think Dave does make a really good point. And then I had this flashback, Rusty, to 1990 when I was living on $10,000 a year in my my second job. I took a pay cut to go to Yuma, Arizona, and I didn't have any money. I mean, my rent back then was $450 a month for a studio in Yuma because I rented during what they call snowbird season, when all the folks from out of state were coming because the temperatures were so great. And so my rent was extremely high at the time for a very, very small studio. And I was living on quarters for food, honestly. So we can dismiss $4 here, $4 there in today. But when you are living on such a tight budget, $17 a month or whatever it is, $1 or $2 extra a week. I mean, if it buys you a dozen eggs and a box of or a few top ramens, that is the difference. Honestly, it is.
Well, and there's been pressure every year, at least as far as I can remember, up at the legislature where we are today, to repeal this tax. I mean, it was a repeat argument every single year. It was always a subject of debate. And now here's a chance for voters to decide if they'd like to do it. And they need to remember this is just the state portion, which is 1.75. There still will be local sales tax on food, but that's would sit there at the 1.25%. But this would get rid of most of it as far as or at least the state portion of the tax.
How much does the state bring in with income tax?
It's around $8 billion a year.
So that $8 billion would basically go into a big bucket, and the legislature would be responsible to just divvy that up with education and roads, everything. It would just go into a big pile, right?
Correct. Yep, correct. And that's the right way to do it. That's how every other state in the nation does it.
Yeah.
And it's the best way to go. Because other things are priorities. You got to think Medicaid and social services is now the biggest part of the budget. It is no longer education. And they don't have an earmark. So why would one other sector deserve the earmark? So this is an important debate to have, and we think it's fair. The legislature then sorts out priorities and funds what needs to be funded.
Well, thank you for joining us, Rusty. Rusty Cannon with the Utah Taxpayers Association.
Okay, that was an aha moment for me that Medicare and Medicaid have now become the biggest part of the budget. They don't have an earmark.
Yeah.
And we're aging, right? And we've earmarked for education in a much different time period. I mean, we're earmarking for education through a constitutional amendment, decades ago. And now there's been a shift. There's a lot to consider here, Dave.
There's not an earmark for roads, but we still build roads. We still fill in potholes. We just prioritize.
I thought that was the gas tax.
Some years we build. Sometimes we don't need to. It ebbs and flows. So I think I am absolutely fine with taking the reins off of the legislature and saying you have to spend income tax. I have no problem with that. I'm sorry, I don't know how $4 a week is moving the needle. I would rather take that $200 million, the $200 million that the sales tax is bringing in right now for those families that are struggling, and put that directly into food security measures. I would have no problem with that. But there's no reason to give the Romneys, the Huntsmans, the Noriegas, the Dujanovics a $4 a week savings at the expense of that $200 million.
Great point. Straight ahead, let's get into this headline in the Wall Street Journal. Half of college grads are working jobs that don't use their degrees. There's a reason why Dave loves that headline.
I love it.
But I have a bigger question. I want to know if we feel like colleges are actually setting up our kids, our students, when they walk out the door of the university for success in their chosen degree. Are colleges holding up their end of the bargain, or have they just become diploma mills?
It's 10:30 at KSL News Radio. I'm Britt Johnson. KSL's top story this hour, a Utah lawmaker has introduced a bill aimed at helping fund a new NHL stadium in Salt Lake City. KSL News Radio's Adam Small has details.
As it's currently written, the bill would provide money for either a new home for a hockey team, the Utah Jazz, or even both. Senator Dan McKay's bill would increase Salt Lake City's sales tax rate by 0.5%. He tells the Salt Lake Tribune they project that alone would generate $1 billion over the next 3 decades. This could also entice the Jazz to stick around the downtown area after the Tribune released a report a few months ago that the Jazz were in contact with leaders of the Point of the Mountain development in Draper.
The bill will get its first committee hearing this afternoon. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Thousands of customers of the nation's largest wireless network are dealing with outages.
The AT&T outages began at about 3:30 Eastern Time Thursday morning, with major cities like Houston, Chicago, and Atlanta affected. The numbers have gone up. There are about 73,000 reports on the website Down Detector as of 9:30 Thursday morning. AT&T says it encourages customers to use Wi-Fi calling, but some users say that's not working.
ABC's Brian Clark reporting. Your money at this moment, the Dow up 312 points, the S&P has gained 87 points, and the NASDAQ is also up 398 points. Coming up, this weekend will almost feel springy. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 10:32.
You know what's great about KSL's traffic coverage? Trained traffic reporters and real listeners.
Trading information and making the commute safer and faster for everyone.
Every 10 minutes on the 9s, we have you covered on KSL News Radio.
Well, you've heard me talking about it for a couple of weeks now, but I hit my soda weight loss goal, and I actually went a little bit beyond it. I aimed for 65, and I lost almost 70 pounds in 5 months. So soda's done with me, right? Not on your life. This is where soda really starts to add value to their weight loss program. Soda stands for state-of-the-art, and listen to this. They're not letting go of me. In fact, their goal is to help me keep it off now for the rest of my life. So I get to continue to meet with my nutritionist, Kristen, and they're teaching me how to keep going as I re-add the foods that I've been avoiding during the weight loss portion. I mean, there's a reason that Soda is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and client results. Check out the proof. You can just look at me, or you can go to sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com, and check out the 8,500 plus 5-star reviews. I look good, I feel good, and that's thanks to Soda Weight Loss. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art.
church?
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-530-9353. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-530-9353. That's 800-530-9353. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Heather Kelly.
No accidents reported right now throughout Utah, Salt Lake, Davis, or Weber counties. And all the major freeways are flowing quite nicely, both north, south, east, and west. So you can't use traffic as a reason for being late wherever you're going. But you may see a lot of congestion if you're still trying to head up to ski resorts this morning, either Big or Little Cottonwood Canyons, Park City, or out at Snow Basin. Tired of being a doorman for your furry friends? Say hello to Utah's own Pet Door products. Their pet doors are energy efficient, weatherproof, and secure. Visit www.petdoorproducts.com. Heather Kelly in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather. Sunday is looking really nice as temperatures get to 59 degrees. Until then, the storms have cleared up and we're looking at partly sunny skies for the next several days. Right now it's 41 degrees and partly cloudy. I'm Britt Johnson from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
We're going to talk about why it's you. Because of you, Capital One decided to buy out Discover Card just a couple of days ago. That announcement was made. We talked about it live on the air. But here's some good news. First of all, you might not have to put your next set of AirPods on a credit card at all. What you need to do is you got to get involved in our secret contest. So go to our podcast, the Dave and Dujanovic show, on your favorite podcast platform. You can even use kslpodcast.com.
And then what you do is you listen for me. I will give you, and it's very obvious. I make it very clear. I'm like, flashing lights. This is the secret word. So here's the secret word. When you hear me tell you the secret word, then you just easily, you text 57500 and you get entered into this contest, the secret contest, to win a pair of AirPod Pros.
Yep, and the contest only goes for through the end of February, so you got to get on it now.
Right on the money. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
So here's the headline behind the big headline that we talked about earlier this week, Dave, on the show live when it was happening, the Capital One Financial buying Discover Card. There's a reason why Capital One is so interested in buying up a good chunk of Discover Card. It's because of us and because of our buying habits and our use of credit cards. Credit card use is just, the trend is just unreal. on how much we're putting on our credit cards and how much of our balances we're carrying over and paying interest on. And so Capital One would like to thank you. Yeah.
You're
thank
welcome.
you for making this multi-billion-dollar purchase, a thing for them. And I want to get into some of the nitty-gritty about our credit card use in just a second.
Okay, I will say some of this is obviously on us, but there are so many reasons to use a credit card right now. Number one, there's a lot of companies out there that are cashless. They don't even accept cash. If you go to a Jazz game right now,
they're forcing us.
They're forcing you into using a card. Now, you could say, oh, it's a debit card or a credit card. Here is the second part of that. Credit cards offer rewards. And Discover is famous for their cash back, where they, for every $100 you spend, you get $1 back or something like that.
My goodness.
They've done that for years. 1%
cash
back.
I know. I was just thinking about that in context. So I got to go spend $100 to get $1.
Yeah.
That
Not
seems
awesome.
to favor. That just certainly seems to favor the credit card companies, not me. What an interesting trick.
There are rewards though. I mean, you'll get flight miles. You'll get hotel vouchers. You can get so many things. So if you're going to buy gas anyway, if you're going to buy groceries anyway, why not use your credit card?
Yeah.
Pay it off every month.
If you can do that.
That's the catch. Is they're betting on us not being disciplined enough to pay it off every month. And they're right.
And a lot of people don't pay it off every month. I'm looking at this this stack of documents that I have in front of me on this research project we're doing about credit cards. 48% of all credit card users carried a balance at least once in 2021, carried it over, according to Forbes. And that's actually according to the Federal Reserve data, so they're digging into that data.
I would have thought that number was higher.
Well, 22% of all credit card holders are either very unconfident or somewhat unconfident about paying their next credit card bill in full. So what's happening is you're just building interest. I mean, that's all. That's just, like I always say, that's like driving down I-15 and just throwing cash out the window because you're just paying it to the financial institution. In this case, it would be, I guess, Capital One, which is going to be a huge holder of all credit cards in the nation. And the average interest rate right now, hey, I've seen interest rates as high as 29%. 29%. Okay, so this is rounded up to 30, but the average interest rate right now is right around 24-25%.
That's
huge.
A staggering number. And there's some deals out there. There's 6 months on this or 12 months on that, but quite honestly, that's a dangerous number when you're talking about 20-30% interest rates. Now, some of us use our credit cards and have to pay this interest because we're sloppy. We've lost track. We got a little spendy one month. We're a little sloppy. Others are doing it out of necessity, where they don't have enough money. They're not making enough at work. They got to buy the groceries anyway. You're not going to go without that, so you put it on a card. So sometimes it's sloppy. Sometimes it's buying things that you don't need. Other times it's just sheer necessity, especially with how inflation has hit us the last 3 years.
The very first thing I would do if I was carrying a balance that felt out of control or I had a lot of different credit cards is I would try to do my best to consolidate.
Multiple.
Yeah, look for that. But it is shocking to me, and there's a statistic here as to how many folks just do not know what their interest rate is. You haven't bothered to look. And I got caught in this. I got caught in 47% of card holders in the U.S. don't know what your interest rate is. So I got caught in this trap. Remember when interest rates were really soaring really quickly, and there were like 13 interest rate increases, all like kind of in the same year and a half, with the Federal Reserve hiking rates to kind of get a hold of inflation. Mine shot up from like 9% to 15%, but no clue until I thought, I'm telling everybody else to look at their interest rate. So that's the first thing I would do. get into your banking app or your credit card or whatever it is and look at what your interest rate is. You might be shocked to find out it has gone up a lot since you last checked. And then if you're carrying a balance, track that interest and look at 0% interest cards. Sometimes there's some transfer fees involved in that, but sometimes there's some zero transfer fees too, and it's 0% for a year and a half or so. And you can take advantage of that to start just paying toward the actual balance and get that thing paid off, because all you're doing is just financially propping up these credit card companies.
And to be very, very clear, we want to make sure we're tracking the teaser rate. The teaser rate is where they sweet talk you in, 0%, no interest, and then it jacks up to 15, 20, 30%. So be very aware when you sign up or if you're balance transferring something, what the teaser rate
and I got
looks
stung by one of those. I got in sideways once with a major electronics company years ago when I missed a payment. I'd been paying on it, and I missed a payment by like 5 minutes or something like that. I was screaming down there in a car at like 9 o'clock at night, and the doors closed to make the payment. And what they do is they charge you all the back interest.
That is... It should be criminal. That is so dirty.
All of the back interest. And on a boombox. Oh. On a boombox.
Tape player?
It was a $400 boombox. I mean, all of this stuff just does not make sense. But I found myself trapped in that in the 90s. Ugh. Straight ahead, Dave's favorite story of this hour, college degrees that aren't actually doing much for college graduates when it comes to their chosen profession. Next.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Current events can have a lot of moving parts. Our job is to make it easy to keep up.
You're part of a bigger world, so spend 15 or 20 minutes here and be part of it.
Join us weekday mornings between 5 and 9 on KSL News Radio.
Senate Bill 210 is a medical emergency at the Utah legislature. Ophthalmologists and optometrists are not the same. Optometrists don't complete medical school, no hospital internship, and no surgical residency. Ophthalmologists are medical doctors with years of surgical training on real patients. Now, optometrists want to perform surgery using lasers on the only eyes you'll ever have. Optometrists are not medical doctors, yet they want Senate Bill 210 to suddenly make them surgeons. Does that make sense to you? Your state legislator can help stop this nonsense by voting no. It takes years of training to make a surgeon. No bill can ever change that. Your legislator can help stop this nonsense. Tell your legislator to keep Utah eyes safe.
Paid for by the Utah Ophthalmology Society.
Do you have an IRA or 401k? It's natural to think of this as being your money, right? But remember, you still have to pay taxes when you withdraw this money in retirement. And you could be paying a lot more in taxes on these accounts than you know. A lot more. Learn the strategies that can help you reduce or eliminate your taxes in retirement. Don't miss a special edition of Retirement Solutions Radio this Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, right here on KSL News Radio 1027.
Grab your family and some gear and head to the 2024 Skijoring the Bear exhibition in Garden City on Friday, February 23rd. Bring your skis and join the race, or attend as a spectator to watch horses pull skiers through a course with jumps. Race divisions include Open, Novice, and Rookie, with buckles and cash prizes for the division winners. Everyone can enjoy food trucks, vendors, and more. Skijoring the Bear in Garden City, just west of Heritage Park. Helmets are required for skijoring, and you need to bring your own skis. Kids 10 to 12 are free. Great lodging deals can be found at bearlake.org. Attend this exhibition event on Friday, February 23rd to see or experience the excitement of skijoring. Visit skijoringthebear.com for more information. skijoringthebear.com.
The KSL News Radio Movie Show comes to My Hearing Centers this Friday from 10 to 1. But first, discover what My Hearing Centers can do for you. My Hearing Centers uses advanced technology to diagnose and treat hearing loss. These comprehensive evaluations determine the best treatment options. Then enjoy lifetime support with regular check-ins, cleaning, and maintenance. Call My Hearing Centers at 801-701-1629 for details. 801-701-1629.
Maybe it's because they're excited about Leap Day at the end of February. This is Jeff Kaplan. At Advanced Window Products, Leap Day means they get an extra day to build windows. But for you, it's an incredible opportunity. This month, they'll give you $2,500 off on 10 windows or more. $2,500 off on the highest quality custom window frames and double pane glass. They'll lower your energy bill and give your home an exciting new look. Any style, any color. At Advanced Window Products, you save money because they cut out the middleman. They build your windows right here in Salt Lake City. They install the windows and they guarantee them for life. So beat the rush. Once it gets warmer, their schedule backs up and you have to wait months and months for installation. So make the call and get to the head of the line. Save $2,500 and get custom precision windows built right here in Salt Lake City. Advanced Window Products offers 60-month 0% financing. You can buy now, pay later, but call now. 801-850-9100. 801-850-9100 or visit advancedwindowsusa.com.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Britt Johnson. First, a Utah lawmaker has introduced a bill aimed at helping fund a new NHL stadium in Salt Lake City. Second, AT&T customers are dealing with nationwide outages. AT&T says it encourages the use of Wi-Fi calling, but some users say that's not working. Third, lawmakers want to give voters the option to reduce the state's food sales tax, but the plan would require a change to the state constitution. Right now, it's 41 degrees and partly sunny in Salt Lake City. Back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic.
This comes to us from the Wall Street Journal. Probably impacts a lot of kids here in Utah. Half of college grads are working jobs that don't use their degrees.
Oh, I love this conversation because I think we've given a pass to higher education for decades. And we just have accepted the old rhetoric that getting a college degree, it's the right move. Everybody should go. Think of your parents. Think of your kids. What message have you sent to them? Is it, hey, there's opportunities out there that are fantastic, that are jobs that you'll love, that pay well, but don't require a college degree? Or is everything from the time they start school is got to get good grades so you can get into a good college?
Well, my concern as a parent who has paid for 3 kids to go to college now is that what a college is doing to boost their graduates into their career field after the fact.
Great
Have they
question.
just become diploma mills where, the students or their parents or their families put up a ton of money and make a lot of financial sacrifices to get them that degree, but then when they walk the stage at graduation, then what? Are they on their own?
Fantastic question, Debbie.
Are you setting up job fairs? Are you making sure those college graduates are getting, at least a foot in the door for an interview with a company that would, love to welcome them with their degree in hand?
As you are saying this, I'm coming to this realization. The number one recruiter should be the universities. They should have the best relationships with all the companies, all the businesses, where businesses can come to you and have a relationship and say to your business team, hey, listen, this is what I'm looking for.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. But maybe it's happening to some of the kids, the students that are going. It's not, I'm sorry to tell you, it's not happening with mine. So maybe there are some lucky few who are getting that. But what about the thousands of others? I'm always seeing news releases from our local universities and colleges about how much enrollment has grown. We're the biggest in the state. We have the most students now. Well, what are you doing with those kids? I keep calling them kids. Plenty of them are adults. When they graduate.
Yeah. And what we're seeing in this research, and the Wall Street Journal has done a comprehensive job, but what they found is 45% of college graduates do not have a job that requires a degree or college-level skills. So nearly 1 in 2 people that went to college and got a degree did not need it. It is that black and white. You have a 50-50 chance of actually needing your degree, that is a terrible number.
Well, I appreciated when University of Utah President Taylor Randall joined us live on the show just a couple of weeks ago. It was last month when he called in, and he told us that he recognizes, that the U recognizes that people are losing confidence in higher ed.
If you look at confidence in institutions overall, call it Congress, hospitals, whatever it be, there is one institution that lost more confidence with the public than any other, and that is actually higher ed. And I think this is a moment where we are having to take a sound look at ourselves and ask the question, how can we actually add more value to society? Now, there are a variety of I think, complaints. We don't produce degrees that are valuable. We cost too much. But one of them certainly is that we've lost the balance, the platform of what we should be, and that is a marketplace of ideas.
That was as powerful a statement as I've heard from higher education. I was absolutely floored that it came from the president of the University of Utah. It was a level of self-awareness that I hope to achieve at some point in my life. It was inspiring to hear him give such a critical assessment of higher education. He talked about placement. He talked about the return on investment, how many years it takes to complete a 4-year degree. On average, it's almost 6 years, by the way. The cost, the fact that they're offering degrees, my words, not his, terrible degrees that do not lead directly to a job that will pay you more for that.
So Dave and I talking about this Wall Street Journal article about half of college grads are working jobs that don't use their degrees. And in fact, they're finding in this research that it's for years of the graduates in non-college level jobs a year after leaving college, the vast majority remained underemployed a decade later. And additionally, the article says, Dave, I want to mention this as well. More than any other factor analyzed, including race, gender, and choice of university, what a person studies determines their odds of getting on a college-level career track. So more than any of those other factors, it's what you study that will matter most with your career track. And that also points out that internships are also critical. And I know from my experience, oftentimes internships are only available exclusively to people enrolled in college. So there's that too.
And this is something that the colleges do a terrible job of, in my opinion. You look at the data, and there are clear winners and losers, degree-wise. If you get an engineering degree, if you get a business that is a degree that is very math-intensive, the healthcare professions, if you want to become a doctor, right? Those have very clear paths and very valuable degrees where you could directly tie, this is my education, this is my degree, and I will be paid for it. But then you start looking at the humanities and cultural studies, business marketing or HR. Those fall far short of that college level pay that you're ultimately expecting. So the colleges need to do a much better job to say, these are by far the most valuable degrees. And in fact, these are the only ones you should get. And we should remove many of these other options that don't have a strong ROI.
I can just talk about my own experience as a college grad. I did feel like Arizona State University led me right to the trough. They're like, here, drink. Here's your internship. Here's your first basically paid internship. Get college credit. I worked at a television station in Arizona, in Phoenix, and it was great. And then that led to my second job, and then in Phoenix. And then that led to my job on air from there. But since then, my concern is that these colleges have expanded. Now they have online enrollment, and they've ballooned so much with even on-campus enrollment. Hey, you can't even find a parking spot at the University of Utah. You can't even find a parking spot. It is such a popular place to be Monday through Friday. So then what happens is you're spending all this money for parking, for fees, for tuition, and then you graduate with this really pricey diploma, and then what? And that's where I think we need to see more of the development in that arena when it comes to colleges and universities. You got to help our graduates beyond helping them walk across the stage on graduation day.
One of the most telling things to me was during COVID, when we are asking kids to still pay their tuition, attend remotely, they're not actually setting feet on campus, they still raised tuition around the country. There were some here in Utah that did not, but that just tells me they weren't even coming to your campus, and you still milked them for more.
Speaking of colleges, Nikki Haley heading to Utah soon. I think she's going to be at UVU, in fact. But she's first hoping to save her presidential campaign in her home state of South Carolina.
Some of you, perhaps a few of you in the media, came here today to see if I'm dropping out of the race. Well, I'm not.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 11 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Britt Johnson. KSL's top story this hour. West Jordan Fire Department is searching for the source of a natural gas smell reported near Mountain View Highway. Apologies, that was a little hard to hear. That was Deputy Fire Chief Chris Trevino. He says multiple fire harms are working with Dominion Energy to find the possible natural gas leak. West Jordan Police Sergeant Kendall Holt adds that the search starts with construction sites.
Recently, we've had several natural gas lines that have been struck or other various lines, which is fairly common, as you can imagine, in the construction world.
Deputy Chief Trevino says there's no evacuation order and people should remain in place for now. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. Following this week's decision by the Alabama Supreme Court, the University of Alabama Birmingham paused their IVF operations in the wake of this new ruling, putting families' IVF hopes in jeopardy and representing a slippery slope for abortion access advocates.
Because Alabama's High Court ruled frozen embryos qualify as people, anyone who discards them, which is a normal part of the IVF process, could now face criminal charges. For doctors and clinics, it's a legal liability that could force them to close their doors, a risk that reproductive rights advocates warned would be a ripple effect of the U.S. Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade.
ABC's Elizabeth Schulze reporting. Your money at this moment, the Dow up 326 points, the S&P is also up 91 points, the NASDAQ has gained 420 points. Coming up, we get partly sunny skies for the next several days. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 11:01.
We hope you have the right app on your phone for news. You probably have dozens.
But the KSL News Radio app, well, it makes our live stream super easy.
Plus, our talk shows are right there as podcast for your workday.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. Everybody knows I'm a movie fan, but I have to tell you, when it comes to Fiddler on the Roof, I have never seen it before on stage. Hale Center Theater's production is spectacular, better than the movie. Absolutely loved it. And by the way, my wife, who's somewhat of an aficionado, she starred as Seidel in her performing arts college production of Fiddler on the Roof. She said, this is spectacular. You're going to love the choreography, and the staging is remarkable, and the tunes, the music is just overwhelming. It's wonderful. Plus, I've got to talk about one scene in particular. This is where Tevye brings back Grandma to convince the wife that Seidel shouldn't marry the guy she's going to marry. The use of the stage and the aerials is simply breathtaking. Don't miss Fiddler on the Roof. It's playing right now at Hale Center Theater. Pick up your season tickets, gift cards, and more. Go to hct.org.
As the new year begins, you and your credit card might be ready for a quiet break. Experience the relief of a low rate with the Mountain America credit card. With a 3% cash bonus on balance transfers, it's more relaxing than ever. Open a Mountain America credit card today for your limited time bonus. Details at macu.com/transfer. Loans and approved credit. Membership required based on eligibility. Offer can change or be withdrawn at any time. Terms, conditions, and restrictions apply.
I'm Jason Walton. In business, I mentor hundreds of Utahns as they pursue their American dream. The same dream career politicians treat with contempt. They send our money to our enemies abroad while shortchanging our veterans at home. It's not right. They're letting drug cartels escort criminals and terrorists across our border. It's time to stand up. So I'm running for the United States Senate. Stand with me. I'm Jason Walton, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Jason Walton for Senate.
Traffic and weather together brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
Good news, bad news. The delays that we had southbound I-215's west belt from Rose Park down to the I-80 junction, those are easing. The bad news is new trouble in traffic. A couple of vehicles over to the right, northbound I-15 just before 6 South, and that's backing traffic past the ballpark area. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather as we move towards the weekend. It's looking really nice and getting warmer. 47 degrees for our high today and almost reaching 60 degrees on Sunday. The next chance for rain or snow is next week. Right now it's 43 degrees and partly cloudy. I'm Britt Johnson from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We're Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories. On KSL News Radio, Dave and Dujanovic have inside sources.
So Nikki Haley, another Republican primary, it's on Saturday. So at least those in South Carolina many of them won't have a work-related conflict on Saturday.
Excuse.
So she was the governor of South Carolina from 2011 to 2017, and then President Trump picked her to become an ambassador to the UN. And she's a fighter, Dave. She's said publicly she's not getting out of the race.
Yeah, and that's important because a lot of fingers are pointing directly at her saying, you need to drop out. It's time for you to say bye-bye. Now, in the few handful of primaries that we've had so far, she's lost. And she's lost in a big way. She's lost double digits. The close one was still double digits. So I wonder how much faith she still has in her campaign, if she's being truly objective about this.
Boyd, is she?
I think she is. It's so early in this process, and I know all the prognostication. I know all the reasons for people to get out, and yet they should not. We don't do coronations in this country for a reason. We actually fought a war over that and won our independence over that because we don't do coronations. And the fact that everybody wants this coronation, the people who really want the coronation, those are the people you should be worried about. And the people who want the coronation are the current president and the former president, because it's in their best interest for their political purposes to have everything be done and done Joe Biden knows his best path to reelection goes directly through the former president, Donald Trump. Donald Trump knows his only path is through Joe Biden. So they like to prop each other up. Let's be honest. It is this two-headed duopoly in our political system right now. And it's so interesting. I was looking back, and when you look at the last few cycles, people were calling for Joe Biden to get out of the race in 2020. They were saying, you should get out. They were saying he should have gotten out before South Carolina because he had not done well, and the prospects didn't look great. And then everything changed. Never on the Democratic side was that more loud than when a senator from Illinois was messing everything up for the Clintons. And everyone was screaming for Senator Barack Obama to get out of the race because you're hurting us and you're going to help the evil, awful other side. So all of that to just say Nikki Haley should stay in the race. She's going to stay in the race. She said after Saturday she'll still be in the race. She'll be here in the state of Utah next week. And everyone should take a listen.
Some of you, perhaps a few of you in the media, came here today to see if I'm dropping out of the race. Well, I'm not. South Carolina will vote on Saturday, but on Sunday, I'll still be running for president. I'm not going anywhere.
So, Boyd, why do you think, at least in the primaries and that we've seen so far, why do you think the American GOP is so committed to Trump and not giving enough to Nikki Haley?
Yeah, so I think if you look, remember we're only 3 states into this thing. Yeah. So if you look at Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada. Those are all pretty quirky states. And in Iowa, you still had everybody in the race. So that was a real mix. And so someone like former President Trump had a much easier opportunity there. Plus, it's a caucus state, so that was pretty easy. New Hampshire, things started to narrow down. Nikki Haley got to 43%. But you still had Ron DeSantis on the ballot. You still had some other folks on the ballot. So I think South Carolina will be interesting, even though the former president has a big lead there. I think things are shifting. And one really crucial thing to watch on Saturday, I know you'll be all over this, Dave, in between pickleball. You'll be watching because there are 94% of registered voters in South Carolina can vote on Saturday. Only 4% voted in the Democratic primary, which was on February the 3rd. It's an open party state so that anybody and everybody is eligible to vote. You just can't vote in both primaries. So the 4% who voted in the Democratic Party, they're done. They can have Saturday off. 96% of people in South Carolina could show up, could cast a vote on Saturday.
Are you telling me South Carolina Democrats would hold their nose and vote for a Republican just to spite Donald Trump?
Absolutely. Yeah. And again, I don't think you're going to get the far left. That's the 4% that voted on February 3rd. But the vast majority of those Democrats in South Carolina are center left, where Nikki Haley is very appealing to the center left, to the center right of the country. Mm-hmm. So you clearly could have that group rise up and say, we actually have a voice. And it's actually the majority voice. And so that it could be interesting. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's worth watching.
Especially if they're burnt out on Biden.
Yeah.
Let's just say that they're burnt out on inflation. For example, we'll just say that. Or they're burnt out on some of his other politics. Maybe it's his son or whatever the situation is, with that. Wow, Boyd, that's an interesting twist.
It's interesting, and there's a few more states like that. Michigan's going to be like that as well. And again, President Biden has a lot of problems in Michigan right now, and there are a lot of those who could say, you know what, I'm going to cross over and I'm going to go with a Nikki Haley. And so there are some really interesting paths that are out there. Again, they're long shot things to be sure. Make no mistake about that. But this is why we do it. Dave gets the athletic analogy that everything on paper it looks like this is going to be a blowout. But you still play the game. because stuff happens.
Can I just add to that? Like, I played softball and tennis too. What is I get it.
But Dave plays pickleball. Dave plays pickleball. It's very different. As soon as you start talking about
fans.
you're on with
pickleball. You two sports fans always gang up on me, and you pretend like I'm like Deb doesn't do anything. Okay, but let's talk about the caucus here on March 5th and Haley's trip. Her visit to Utah. It's next week, so the timing is awesome.
Yeah.
For her, how do you think Utah Republicans will go on in terms of caucus day on March 5th?
Again, I think all of those who are willing to show up, and there's lots of different ways that you can show up. You can actually go online and register. You can have a family member or a friend actually take your vote to the caucus night. There's lots of different ways to participate in that. It's technically a preference poll, but it will count in terms of those delegate votes that will be cast on that. I think there's a lot of things. Utah's always had a complicated relationship with former President Trump, and so I think there's a thing, and that could actually have a very interesting impact. If Nikki Haley comes to town, let's say she delivers a knockout speech at Utah Valley University and the Herbert
she'll get a ton
Institute.
Of media coverage, for
She'll get good coverage, and she'll make a good speech there. And I think there are a lot of things within her portfolio that really resonate with a lot of Utahns. And so whether those people become animated and committed enough to show up and actually cast a vote, it could be very interesting. And it's always been complicated here in the state of Utah for the former president. And so someone like a Nikki Haley, who a lot of the same policies, definitely a different feel, definitely a different focus, a little more civility mixed in there as well. I think she could have a good day on March 5th.
And she's starting to fight back a little bit more than we have seen previously, going after the former president. Boyd, thank you. This portion of the David Dujanovic Show is brought to you by Window World. Call Window World of Utah today for the best value in windows and doors, and that's no baloney.
Straight ahead, we're going to get back to our other big story of the day, the $1 billion plan that's been unveiled on Capitol Hill to pay for another sporting venue. This time it's an NHL arena. We talked to Senator Dan McKay in the 9 o'clock hour, who's pitching this plan.
Working with Salt Lake City and working with Salt Lake County, we feel like NHL and MLB makes an important investment in the state of Utah.
Dave and Dujanovic.
Here's a trick to podcasting at work and getting all the Utah news you love.
Download the KSL News Radio app.
The podcast for Utah's morning news and Dave and Debbie are right there. Dozens of podcasts a day.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
I just elevated my checking account with Utah Community Credit Union. Tim, I'm so blown away at what I get with my elevated checking account at UCCU. I get so many benefits. I get cell phone protection and roadside assistance. The one that blows me away the most is telehealth. I actually get zero copay telehealth with my checking account from UCCU.
Did you know you also get a 0.25% loan discount? It's one of the many things. And if you like to travel or you're on the road quite a bit, a free ATM nationwide, 30,000 ATM locations that you can use while you're out.
Utah basketball star Walker Kessler and Utah Community Credit Union have come together to announce this brand new elevated checking account with more benefits, more savings, more online protections than ever before.
Yeah, there's even something for dark web monitoring, which I have never heard of before, but you can find out more by just going to uccu.com.
And open an elevated checking account online or stop by any branch.
UCCU, you're going to love where you bank.
The nationally ranked Cougars are on a roll.
Foose dives low, wait, up, and good! Drops it over the 10 for 2.
Saturday, it's BYU, Kansas State.
Out to Robinson, long three. Oh, man! He just made a 30-footer!
Pregame is at 11 and tip-off at 12. Listen Saturday, BYU, Kansas State, on Utah's legacy home of Big 12 basketball and the BYU Cougars. KSL News Radio.
Okay, that's good. Whoa, Dave!
Sorry, I'll go grab some paper towels. You can't let Dave pour things. He works at JCW's. They fill stuff up past the brim over there, like their milkshakes. They're thick, rich, and oh my gosh.
Delicious?
Oh no. Dave's filling up Crystal's car for her.
Dave, stop!
Hey, this is Clark for JCW. Stop into any of our 5 locations today. We're located in American Fork, Thanksgiving Point, Provo, South Jordan, and our new location in Harriman. Come in and see why at JCW's we believe in quality and a lot of it.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess. A lot of tears. Well, now that we got Xfinity, we have Wi-Fi all over the house, including all my favorite super secret hiding spots. So I can kill time in here by streaming my shows and...
Ha! Found you.
The heck? How?
You left Find My tablet on.
This generation, ruining the game with their performance enhancers.
Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on the Xfinity 10G network for a reliable connection throughout your home. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 200 megabit internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and get Wi-Fi equipment included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless plan, auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity 10G network brings improved speed, security, reliability, and latency. Xfinity 10 gigabit service tier subject to permitting and construction requirements.
The KSL News Radio movie show comes to My Hearing Centers this Friday from 10 to 1. But first, discover what My Hearing Centers can do for you. My Hearing Centers uses advanced technology to diagnose and treat hearing loss. These comprehensive evaluations determine the best treatment options. Then enjoy lifetime support with regular check-ins, cleaning, and maintenance. Call My Hearing Centers at 801-701-1629 for details. 801-701-1629.
If you only have a 401k, you're not getting the most for retirement.
Wait, what?
Add a Robinhood IRA on top, then they'll boost it by 3%.
You can do that?
And if you transfer in any retirement account, you get 3% on top of that.
Is there a limit to the match?
No limit. Robinhood Gold gets you the biggest contribution match of any IRA on the market. Sign up for Robinhood Gold at Robinhood.com/boost by April 30th. Subscription fees apply.
Investing involves risk. 3% match requires gold for 1 year from first match. Must keep IRA for 5 years. Match on transfers subject to additional terms and conditions. Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your furnace keeps you warm this winter. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Britt Johnson. First, multiple fire teams are working with Dominion Energy to find the possible natural gas leak near Mountain View Highway. Second, the University of Alabama Birmingham paused their IVF operations in the wake of a new ruling, putting families' IVF hopes in jeopardy. Third, Chad Daybell will be in court today for his pre-trial hearing. He's facing the death penalty for conspiring to kill his first wife and Lori Vallow Daybell's 2 children. Right now, it's 43 degrees and partly sunny in Salt Lake City. Back to Dave and Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
Dave and Dujanovic. Dave and Dujanovic. Eye on the Hill 2024. Special coverage with Dave and Dujanovic.
I tell you what, Boy just left studio and he said, if you're going to talk about NHL, Deb, and $1 billion plan to fund an arena, you got to sound more excited. But it's $1 billion. That's right. You are hearing that right. If you miss the 9 o'clock hour of the show, this is the big story of the day, that there is yet another plan being unveiled on Capitol Hill. This one would be to fund an NHL arena in Salt Lake City specific. And it would raise a sales tax in Salt Lake City, exclusively in Salt Lake City, by about 0.5%. And so it would boost the sales tax, Dave, to collect
So we can stick it to Salt Lake County, and then we're good in Davis County? I just want to make sure this is very clear, because if we're sticking it to the Salt Lake folks and I still get NHL hockey, I endorse that. I'm down.
Well, this is what I call the Utah legislature's 2-for-2 deal, right? Like you get
for just $2 billion, you can get 2 beautiful stadiums.
That's right. So you've got the $1 billion plan to help finance an NHL arena, and then you've got this other plan that was unveiled 2 days ago. So we got 2 for 2 and 2. 2 stadiums for $2 billion in the last 2 days. That other plan, the OG plan, would raise almost $1 billion to fund an MLB stadium, also in Salt Lake City. We talked to Representative Ryan Wilcox about that MLB plan yesterday. In a moment, you'll hear from State Senator Dan McKay, who's on board and behind the NHL plan.
Where this is a tourism benefit and a lift, that is where that burden would lie rather than on most Utahns.
So explain that tourism benefit, Dave, in terms of that tax.
Yeah, so very different ways of funding this. You know, the baseball stadium versus the hockey arena. So the baseball stadium is every single hotel, maybe it includes VRBOs, I don't know, but at least, you know, hotels, motels, they have a little fee. Right now, you're paying it. It's 0.3%. Mm-hmm. That's what the standard is across the state, so 0.3%. In Vegas, it's 13%. So just to give you some comparisons. So we have a very, very small hotel room tax, 0.3%. This would raise it to about, what, 1.5?
Mm-hmm.
So it's $1.50 for every $100 that people spend on hotel rooms.
So thank you, Vernal.
Thank you, Paiute County.
Yeah, for every visitor you have, every time I have to stop into a hotel room there.
Yeah, they're paying
Price?
for it.
Our producers from Price. Caitlin, give me a thumbs up. Do you guys have hotels in Price? So okay, you do. There's 3. Okay, 3. So thank you, Price, for helping us build an MLB stadium on the west side of Salt Lake City. Senator Dan McKay called the show earlier. He is behind we're keeping, we got to keep all the X's and O's straight here. So he's the one behind the NHL stadium or arena plan. It was unveiled on Capitol Hill yesterday. And I was like, look, we're candy coating this, right? We're in the middle of talking about how great it is that Utah is we're growing and these teams want to come here. I mean, the bottom line is someone's paying for it. It's $2 billion and it's you and I.
It's an asset that brings a large operation and maintenance, issues along with it. And for the most part, the teams have a lot more flexibility than those arenas allow them. And so trying to make the right investments, working with Salt Lake City and working with Salt Lake County, we feel like NHL and MLB and keeping the Jazz downtown makes an important investment in the state of Utah. It makes an important investment in our urban downtown core and makes important, really generational investments in the state.
They say it's an asset. The state would actually own, under the Major League Baseball plan, they would own the stadium. And then the team would lease the stadium from the state. They'd pay them $150,000 a month. Over 30 years, that's $52 million that you pay basically in rental fees. Well, it's $1 billion stadium, so you're not making the money up that way. You have to make it up in another way, and that would be through the taxes.
What happens if we say no? What happens if we say no thank you to NHL, no thank you to MLB? Would the teams just say fine, goodbye?
Okay, the nuanced is what if we say no to the funding of the arenas, right?
Right.
Yeah, that would absolutely tank our efforts. There's no chance because every city knows that's the price. They all do it in a little different way, but they're building the stadium for these teams.
Didn't the Supersonics run into trouble in Seattle with building an arena? Then that went on for years, and then it was just a funding issue. And now aren't they the Thunder?
Yeah.
The Supersonics.
Seattle.
They went to Oklahoma City. Like, Oklahoma City from Seattle? Like, what, for the Frog Legs? I mean, to me, it would definitely be then there's no hope. Right?
Seattle is one of the premier cities, the named cities in the country. How in the world did they lose an NBA team? Mm-hmm. Because the state, they were not willing to play ball. So the owners packed up and they moved to Oklahoma City, and they have not gotten a team back. They want a team back. They've said, my bad, we'll build you a stadium now. We're back in the business. And NBA is like, nope. So this is a crucial time for Utah. If we are interested, these don't come by very often. These opportunities do not come by very often because you have to have two things. You have to have a willing ownership group that is willing to buy the team, pay the expansion fee. That is billions of dollars. The second component is you have to have buy-in from the state to build the stadium. You have to have a place where you can actually build it. We have all of these things. That's why you feel this sense of urgency to get something done.
But I think not everybody's going to be happy about it. I wonder how the folks who live in the area of like where the new Fair Park Power District would be put in, how they feel about it. And we are planning wall-to-wall coverage next week on the impacts to the local communities. Because there's more to be said about this than, hey, look, we're bringing in sports teams. Also, what do ticket prices look like? I looked up at the Blackhawks. Like if I wanted to get out of town and head to Chicago on Friday, in section 234, I could get a ticket. It's on the secondary market for $175.
Yeah, never buy it from the secondary market. They
Well,
inflate
is
that.
it going to be affordable for a family
Oh,
of
yeah.
4 or 5 to go?
It's
going
to
to
be like an
NHL
NBA team. It's like going to a Jazz game.
Will we have
So
enough fans?
That's a fair question. We're not a huge market. We don't have a huge amount of population along the Wasatch Front. So you would want people coming from Utah County and the Ogden area, Weber County. They would need to buy into this. Now, it's only 35, 40 minutes in many cases. So it's not a terrible drive. It's not a terrible commute to come in to watch a game. But, yeah, you would need from Weber to Utah County, you'd need that kind of buy-in from the fans.
Our listeners in Utah County may be like, well, are they going to potentially build the arena here? And this legislation that was unveiled makes the build exclusive to the Salt Lake City area, the way it's worded. It's like a first-class county and a first-class city. And I was texting before the show with Senator Dan McKay to get clarification because there are a few first-class cities. Right? First-class city is all based on population in Salt Lake County. And he's texted me back. Let me see the exact wording. Let me get to it because I don't want him to tell me I took something out of context.
Not Kaysville.
So he did reply, Salt Lake City, West Valley, and West Jordan are first-class cities in a first-class county. However, the bill has other limitations that keep the team, and then S in parentheses, in Salt Lake City. So if you live in Provo and you're thinking, oh, yeah, this could be, nope.
And I'll give a little prediction. Here's my Nostradamus moment. I guarantee you, if these two things pass for a hockey arena and for baseball, a new Jazz arena would be right behind it.
Oh, my goodness. So it's going to be another $1 billion?
Yep.
Oh, my gosh. What, have we made of money?
Oh, just count on it. Count on it. The Jazz are playing in a, 1990?
Yeah.
That is an old stadium.
Mm-hmm.
31 years. It's been remodeled, but yeah, they are looking for a new stadium for
If
sure.
you woke up this morning without cell phone service and you panicked, next we're going to have great tips on how to navigate life without your cell phone. This is a real thing. We'll give you tips to what to do next.
It's 11:31 at KSL News Radio. I'm Britt Johnson. KSL's top story this hour. Food hasn't been this expensive in 3 decades, according to the report from the Wall Street Journal. Moody's Analytics chief economist Mark Zandi says this could be because of things like high labor costs, a low record number of cattle.
In some cases, it's strong demand. In other cases, a limited supply. Other cases, weather events. It's a mixed range of factors that are driving the price increases.
But on the bright side, Zandi said the rate prices are increasing slower than they were a year or two ago, and he expects that to continue. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. An Ivy League school is going back to requiring standardized tests as part of the application process.
Yale is dropping its pandemic-era policy that made standardized tests optional for applicants. The Ivy League school says its own review found this policy could disadvantage students from low-income, rural, or first-generation backgrounds. Yale says these tests will never be the sole determining factor for admission.
ABC's Brian Clark reporting. Your money at this moment, the Dow in the green, 383 points. The S&P is up 96 points. The NASDAQ has gained 424 points. Coming up, we get several days of sunny skies. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time, 11:32.
It's a priority for us at this station to bring you all sides of a story and to talk about the news fairly, completely.
Get all the facts and be really aware. Utah's Morning News with us, Tim and Amanda.
Weekday mornings 5 to 9 on KSL News Radio.
Grab your family and some gear and head to the 2024 Skijoring the Bear exhibition in Garden City on Friday, February 23rd. Bring your skis and join the race or attend as a spectator to watch horses pull skiers through a course with jumps. Race divisions include Open, Novice, and Rookie with buckles and cash prizes for the division winners. Everyone can enjoy food trucks, vendors, and more. Skijoring the Bear in Garden City, just west of Heritage Park. Helmets are required for skijoring, and you need to bring your own skis. Kids 10 to 12 are free. Great lodging deals can be found at bearlake.org. Attend this exhibition event on Friday, February 23rd to see or experience the excitement of skijoring. Visit skijoringthebear.com for more information. skijoringthebear.com.
Do you hear that? If you're like many people, that's the sound of your money. Just lying there in a checking or savings account doing nothing when it could be out there earning more money for you. But at America First Credit Union, we can give your money a wake-up call.
What? What's that?
Rise and shine, Bucky. We can get your money working in a high-yield certificate account, earning you a much better return than traditional checking and savings. Up and at 'em, buddy. We gotta go.
Huh? Where are we going?
To America First. You'll love it there. They're gonna help you do so much awesome stuff.
All right, I'm coming.
So get your money working with a high-yield certificate from America First. Head to americafirst.com today to check out the latest amazing rates. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, conditions, and change. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Dave and Dujanovic here. You hear us every weekday on KSL from 9 to noon.
But have you listened to our podcast?
We're running a secret contest just for podcast listeners.
You could win a new pair of AirPod Pros every week in February just for listening.
Here's how you do it. Find our show on KSLpodcast.com
or wherever you listen to podcasts and listen for the keywords.
When you hear one, text it to 57500 and you'll be in to win.
That's it. We'll see you on our podcast, Dave and Dujanovic with KSL News Radio.
Traffic and weather together, brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
All lanes are open now, but this crash in Mill Creek, northbound I-215's East Belt as you're approaching the I-80 junction, still in the cleanup stages on the right shoulder. Tired of being a doorman for your furry friends? Say hello to Utah's own Pet Door Products. Their pet doors are energy efficient, weatherproof, and secure. Visit www.petdoorproducts.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL weather, we get partly sunny skies today and all through the weekend. It'll also get warmer each day. The high today, 47 degrees and climbing to 59 degrees on Sunday. Right now it's 45 and partly sunny. I'm Britt Johnson from the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Listen online at kslnewsradio.com. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Dave and Dujanovic, your morning companions for talk, analysis, and key perspectives on Utah's biggest stories on KSL News Radio.
I wonder how many listeners, if it's safe to do so, can give us a quick text at 57500. And let us know if you were, you woke up this morning and you realized your cell phone wasn't working and how that felt. How would you feel, Dave?
So empty. I'm lost inside.
This actually happened all over the nation. There were thousands of customers, mainly AT&T customers, or the network, that woke up and they found that their cell phone was, experiencing an outage. And AT&T still not telling us exactly what the reason was for the outage. But I realized in the moment, I guess I could grab a couple of plastic cups from the pantry and
run a string.
I only have
tight.
dental floss work. What do you do if your cell phone goes out? What do you do?
I was just thinking about that today because, I'm going out of town for a few days. And I thought, how do I communicate with the guy that's picking me up if all of a sudden I have no idea how to get a hold of him? I have absolutely no idea.
Oh, you don't even know his cell phone number?
Well, it's in my phone. So if my phone's not working.
Well, maybe the network's not working, but I bet the contacts would work.
Well,
so
even if it is, if his phone's not working.
You use a payphone.
I don't even know where that exists. Where are they? Dude, I have no idea where those are. And what if his phone's down?
Well, you could use a courtesy
and
phone at the airport.
If his phone's down, it doesn't matter.
The point is that we are so reliant on our cell phones that we don't know what to do if it happens.
I could go longer without food than I could my cell phone.
So this listener says, it's more simple than you think, Debbie. Okay. We're looking for a text. If you're woke up without cell phone service this morning, give us a text at 57500 and let us know so we can give you a call. See how things are going. So there are some workarounds, and I actually knew this. I know y'all don't think I'm tech savvy. But I knew this because, why? Well, because I hike a lot. And I'm also a worrywart. I am the OG when it comes to worrywart. What's my backup plan if I get in a jam? And I need cell phone service and I don't have it. Do you know about this Wi-Fi calling option?
Okay, yes.
Okay. Well, explain it then.
Well, you use your Wi-Fi instead of the cellular towers.
Totally. It's that simple. And you can get to that through your settings app. There's a tab for cellular, and you just go there and you make sure that Wi-Fi calling is turned on. Isn't that awesome?
I'm checking it out right now. I'm literally checking it out on my phone. Is it on?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if mine's on right now, but I would know this because I tested it a few years ago, and it worked. So that is one option. The other thing you need to know is just because your cell phone network is down, it doesn't mean you can't use the SOS options. You can use 911 still. There are actually kids who have accidentally dialed 911 centers from phones that their parents have in a junk drawer. Maybe it's got a little charge on it. But it actually isn't in use. It's no longer part of the plan.
It's not under contract.
Right. It's just over there because 911
will always work.
Yeah, will always work. Good thing to know.
I was just looking at my phone, Dad. My Wi-Fi calling is not on.
Huh. Go figure.
Boom.
I
just
win.
Turned it on.
I won that one. Let's see. Here's another one I'm not as familiar with. So, I do know this actually. Navigate with downloaded offline maps. So you can use your navigation by using offline maps. I have done this before. Why? Because I hike. And there's a way to use your maps offline.
I just learned about this.
Okay, tell me more.
No, I mean, I learned that it's a possibility. I haven't actually done it yet, but I didn't realize. I thought, because I was hiking with somebody, they're looking at their phone. We're in the high Uintas.
What are you doing there?
We're camping. This was,
I'm impressed.
Young men's camp.
Okay.
It was awful. No, I mean, it's because I'm a baby. It was fine. But yeah, I'm like, what are you doing? I was like, oh yeah, the GPS and the maps downloaded, and look, it shows you exactly where you are. So I didn't know this was an option, but that brings up another thing: is if I didn't have my phone, I couldn't get anywhere. I use Google Maps for everything. I haven't looked at a map in 30 years. I have no idea.
Well, I would definitely be busted by the troopers parked along the I-15 on the way in because the maps, I don't know if the troopers know this, but they alert all of us. There's a speed check ahead. Speed check ahead. You didn't know that?
No.
Oh, my goodness.
You are a fountain of information right now.
So I know my way to work. You know, there's one of two ways to work for me, basically, unless I decide to snail my way in down Redwood Road, just because, you know, I like the sights at 6:15 in the morning. Yeah, you just do navigate. Use your navigation, and it'll tell you speed check ahead. Speed check reported ahead. Speed check reported ahead. Look, there's like one car at that time in the morning that is a pacer car, and they're doing 120 miles an hour, but the rest of us are doing 60 to 70. We're packed in like sardines at all hours. Never used to be that way. Thanks, California. Here's another tip. Actually, just a thought, food for thought from one of our texters said, woke up without service today. Made me reflect on our post-earthquake or natural disaster family plan and where we will need to meet up if all the phone services are unavailable. They're going to review the plan with their kids tonight.
Good
Wow.
idea.
Yeah, you go to beready.gov here in Utah, just a boatload of information on how to be ready, stay prepared in case of a natural disaster or an earthquake. This listener says if you wake up without it, you're kind of out of luck. Carrier pigeons. But iPhones
now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, iPhones do have that SOS capacity. I mean, I don't know about Androids, but I know that smartphones, my iPhone could still dial 911, and that's important to remember. You're not like totally out of luck if you're out of cell phone, like if you don't have cell phone service and you still need to get a hold of first responders.
Again, they're still not telling us what caused the meltdown.
No. We have no idea.
We don't know if it's a cyber hack. We don't know if it was a glitch.
It was some Verizon customers, Cricket, I think, as well. It was cellular one. Oof. I want to make sure I'm getting that right. But it definitely was mostly AT&T customers all over the country. But problem solved mostly now. So we talked a lot this morning about repealing the grocery tax and what lawmakers plan to do surrounding that issue. But we're also talking this morning as well here at KSL News Radio about food prices. They have spiked again, and in very, very specific aisles of your grocery store. Let's do a price check straight ahead. I'm going to see if you noticed what I noticed while I was shopping at the Smiths in South Jordan yesterday around 6 o'clock at night. There's a reason why I went through the soda aisle and I just kept going.
Dave and Dujanovic.
A lot of us are filling our workdays with podcasts.
When you're working, go to KSLNewsRadio.com.
Click on Dave and Debbie's podcast and pick a topic and story length.
Podcast with Dave and Debbie. Then get to work with KSL News Radio.
Electrical work kind of scares me. It's important. I don't want to burn my house down. I don't want to short circuit anything. It's why I like to call the professionals.
Master Electrical, they're your go-to, Dave. They have upfront pricing, and they have their upfront pricing guarantee. Say that 10 times. Their upfront pricing guarantee at Master Electrical is awesome because what that means is when you get that bid up front, that is the price you pay when they complete the job.
And when I think about all the things that need to happen in our house, you kind of need to stagger it a little bit and plan for it and say, okay, guys, let me know how much each of these things is going to cost. And then I can kind of systematically go through and update and upgrade.
EV chargers, call Master Electrical. Need new lights? Call Master Electrical. How about that ceiling fan? It's going to start warming up here any day now. Maybe you want some ceiling fans in your home. give Master Electrical a call.
801-543-2222. That's 801-543-2222.
Or check them out online at masterelectrical.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go: shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms: irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Tonight on a Law & Order Thursday event, we bid Jack McCoy farewell in Sam Waterston's final episode on Law & Order.
It's been a hell of a ride.
Then on SVU, the stunning conclusion of a case that's haunted Benson. And on Organized Crime, Stabler searches for a victim from his past.
I'm looking for someone I thought I'd saved.
On a Law & Order Thursday event tonight on NBC.
Then stay tuned for KSL 5 News at 10.
Tonight on KSL, they found someone to build a deck.
He told me he was licensed.
They paid cash.
$11,615.
They were left with
nothing, absolutely nothing. He took the money.
They decided to get Gephardt.
Why is he allowed to keep doing this? That's the question of what now I'm trying to figure out.
Why some unlicensed contractors are walking away with big bucks and small consequences, and what you can do about it. Get Gephardt, cited but not shut down. Tonight at 10 on KSL.
The life of a small business owner. Keeping the lights on, calling all the shots. And then there's workplace accidents. 500-degree ovens, rusty nails. Danger lurks around every corner. Workplace accidents can happen, but there is an easy way to keep your employees covered. Talk to your agent about workers' comp coverage from Pi, or go to piinsurance.com and get a quote. Safety first, then Pi Insurance. Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to policy terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
This is Derek Miller speaking on business. Extra Space Storage offers customers secure, clean properties and simple, helpful service. With over 40 locations in Utah, they are committed to being the most convenient storage solution in your neighborhood. Executive Vice President Noah Springer joins us with more.
At Extra Space Storage, we believe that storage isn't just about space. It's about helping people to a better tomorrow. Every year, we help millions of people through life transitions by providing them secure and conveniently located storage units. Since 1977, we've grown from a small startup company to the largest operator of self-storage properties with over 3,600 locations across 42 states. As industry leaders, we are on the cutting edge of technological innovation and investment strategy. Plus, the company is continuing to grow. Just last year, we completed the largest M&A deal in Utah business history with a $12 billion transaction. Our company values of integrity, excellence, passion, teamwork, and innovation are at the center of all we do. They guide the way we work, the way we interact with our customers, and the way we treat our coworkers. If you're interested in working with us, visit careers.extraspace.com.
Extra Space Storage is a real estate investment trust and a member of the S&P 500. Headquartered in Cottonwood Heights, they have over 600 Utah-based employees and counting. You can learn more at their website. I'm Derek Miller with the Salt Lake Chamber, speaking on business.
With the 3 things you need to know this hour, I'm Britt Johnson. First, the Wall Street Journal says the rate food prices are increasing is slower than it was a year or 2 ago, and that's expected to continue. Second, Yale is dropping its pandemic-era policy that made standardized tests optional for applicants. Third, a new bill would change medical marijuana regulations in Utah by keeping monopolies away from seizing prescription licenses and expanding targeted marketing for medical cannabis. Right now, it's 45 degrees and partly sunny in Salt Lake City. Back to David Dujanovic on KSL News Radio.
David Dujanovic.
Okay, I was at the grocery store last night, Dave, picking up just a few things. for dinner, and I noticed something that just blew me away. You know those 6-packs of soda where it's like 2 shots?
Oh, the mini cans.
The mini cans, what they call it.
Yeah, the mini cans.
$4.99.
For how many?
6.
For 6 of them?
Yeah, 6.
That little baby thing is like almost $1 a can.
Well, I just thought it was me. And then listening to Utah's Morning News this morning, they were talking about what the Wall Street Journal is also talking about, and that food prices have shot up again.
Egg prices were back up again. Meat products also saw some big jumps. Also, carbonated beverages, soda prices jumped a lot.
See? So it wasn't just me. That seems like just a wild price for something so teeny tiny.
Okay, so obviously from the grocery store, it's really expensive. But if you were to buy it anywhere else, if you were at a, supermarket, then, it's still a pretty good deal. That being said, the problem is with some of these foods, they so wildly change and they vary from week to week. So I guarantee you this $4.99 6-pack of mini sodas next week is going to be down to $2.99.
Okay, whatever. So it won't be at the grocery store
it wasn't
then.
yesterday.
I can't afford to be there. Anyway, I just kept pushing my cart. I was like, you don't need that anyway. I quit soda a while ago. I've saved all kinds of money. So the Wall Street Journal saying food hasn't been this expensive in 3 decades. And let me get into some of the let's go down some of the grocery aisles together. I'm looking at a CNN article that really breaks it down quite nicely when it comes to specific food items. It's the price of eggs, too. When are we going to be able to stop talking about the bird flu?
Oh,
my goodness. It's like worse
like
than
it,
talking
like
about
it never
COVID.
happened before. Like birds never got sick.
Well, so bird flu is to blame. And, okay. Can we get them do they have a vaccine for that? Bird flu is to blame. 9% that egg prices have shot up since November. I felt that. I usually buy my eggs at Walmart. And I have seen, first of all, I've seen times when I go there, and this is kind of rare for Walmart, where where are all the eggs? Like, was there a run on eggs? Is it Easter yet? I mean, what is going on? This is just a vast wasteland of nothingness in the egg aisle. But they've also gone up. The price has gone up 9%.
Okay, I know you don't want to hear about the bird flu, but I don't think we appreciate how widespread it is and how let me just give you a little. 75.4 million birds were wiped out in 47 states. We're just going to eat them anyway. They were going to die either way.
I'm the first one to cry when a bird flies into my windshield. I don't need to hear that. I don't need that is sad. Let's move on to beef then. Raw beef steaks up 11%. Non-carbonated frozen juices shot up 20%.
So your frozen orange juice?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm seeing this as well. Just in my own neighborhood when I go shopping. I felt like we had gotten our arms around food inflation. But no, crackers up almost 8%, baby food 7%. Well, baby's got to eat. The baby's got to eat, up 7%. Sugar 7%. Also notice that butter, I stopped baking because of the price of butter, honestly. But you've kind of come up with a life hack that has surprised you, Dave, when it comes to your food budget. It's saving you a ton of money.
Yeah, so a few things have really been revealed to me. So I've been on this weight loss program for about a month. So enough that I've had to make some real changes in my life.
And can I just say right here up front, so we don't run out of time, because you are long-winded. You look great. I know that I hadn't seen you in a few days because I had Friday off the show, and then we both had Monday off the show. And you walked down the hall, and we passed each other just before our show meeting on Tuesday. And I noticed it, that you have lost weight. And then I said something to you before the show when we got in studio. I said, it's noticeable. Congratulations.
Well, no, it's not been easy. I won't say that. Anyone that's been through some sort of a program or a diet, they know it's not easy. But what it has done, and my program specifically does not have like prepackaged meals. They don't send you what to eat. They teach you what to eat. And what I realized is how much garbage I was eating day in and day out.
Because you're on this strict diet.
Yeah, it's a strict diet. It's healthy foods.
Oreo-free diet.
It is definitely Oreo-free.
Pizza-free.
It's pizza-free.
Okay.
It's you can't go through a fast food burger joint and order anything on this diet, which is kind of obvious, right? But now that I've stopped eating out, now that I've stopped buying soda,
going to the Maverick down the road every single day,
hitting fountain drinks every single day,
okay,
which my wife and I would do.
Cha-ching.
We were looking, and we're doing rough calculations, and I'm going to do like a really detailed calculation and audit of how much I've saved. Debbie, it is in the hundreds of dollars.
How much were you spending a week just on sodas at the fountain you were going to?
So, at least $3 a day, 6 days a week. So we're almost $20 in sodas. And sometimes we'd go twice a day.
Okay, so
right?
you're about $100 a month in soda.
At least $100, and that doesn't count the cans and the soda, the free stuff I get at work. I was totally addicted.
Okay, but you're drinking water now.
Yeah.
I'm so impressed with that.
So much water.
I know. I'm so
My
impressed.
goodness.
He's joined the Debbie Club. I do 120 ounces a day of water. He thought I was.
That's bonkers. That's a lot.
But you do a lot too. That's huge. I mean, I don't even know. That's like a tanker truck full of water there. Yeah. And then you've also saved money on eating out.
Yes.
Okay.
And instead of eating out every day or every few days, or we've pared it down. We go out maybe once in a week. And again, when you're buying real food, when you're going into the store and you're buying fresh vegetables and meats, and you're not spending it on Oreo cookies and Pringles and
chips.
It's shocking how I've looked at my food budget. It is shrinking. Now I'm eating less. That's part of it. But I am shocked at how much I'm saving. And I'm not starving. I had plenty to lose. So, yeah, it's been a realization.
Wow, that is. I mean, losing weight and saving a lot of money. Congrats. That's awesome. Maria's up next with more on that $2 billion being pitched in taxpayer money for those 2 pro sports stadiums, arenas. She's got more.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station. Good afternoon. KSL News Time is 12 o'clock noon, and this is Utah's Noon News. I'm Maria Chaleos. KSL's top story this hour. First, it was $1 billion to build a Major League Baseball stadium. Now lawmakers are asking for another $1 billion to get the National Hockey League to Salt Lake City. We're hearing from the bill's sponsor, who wants to use taxpayer dollars to help fund an NHL stadium.
This is a generational investment.
Senator Dan McKay's bill would raise Salt Lake City's sales tax by 0.5% so long as the legislature and the Salt Lake City Council give it the thumbs up. He says that tax increase alone would generate $1 billion for a new stadium over the next 30 years, and that might not only be the home of a new hockey team, it could also house the Utah Jazz or even both of them. Speaking with David Dujanovic, McKay compared this to past investments that kept people coming to the downtown area, including the 2002 Olympics and the construction of the City Creek Mall.
It is hard to not appreciate the fact that we might be shortcutting what some of the biggest downtowns are experiencing.
This bill would need to clear the entire legislature and get the governor's signature in the next 8 days to become law. Adam Small, KSL News Radio.
A Utah Senate committee advanced a bill to regulate college athletes' NIL contracts, and it would also keep those contracts out of the public eye.
According to the Deseret News, the legislation would require athletes to submit any contract over $600 in value to the university. The school then would provide the athlete written acknowledgement on whether the contract conflicts with the university policies or any of that proposed law. The law would also prohibit college athletes from promoting such products as tobacco, e-cigarettes, alcohol, or promoting gambling or sexually oriented businesses. The bill also ensures agreements and related material would not be subjected to the public through Utah's Government Records Access and Management Act, or GRAMA. If passed, it would go into effect May 1st of this year. Mark Jackson, KSL News Radio.
Developing news, a shelter-in-place order has been lifted for 4 West Jordan schools. Earlier this morning, safety officials asked students and staff to stay inside while the fire department investigated the source of a natural gas smell reported near the Mountain View Highway.
That I've captured, no one has any idea other than they can smell it, and it's pretty widespread.
That is Deputy Fire Chief Chris Trevino. He says multiple fire teams are working with Dominion Energy to find the possible natural gas leak. West Jordan Police Sergeant Kendall Holt adds that the search starts with construction sites.
Recently, we've had several natural gas lines that have been struck or other various lines, which is fairly common, as you can imagine, in the construction world.
We have a KSL reporter on the scene in West Jordan. We'll keep bringing you the very latest. KSL's top national stories. Former talk show host Wendy Williams has been diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia and aphasia. Wendy's care team sent out a statement addressing the diagnosis this morning. They wrote that she is still able to do many things for herself and maintains her trademark sense of humor. Some AT&T users are still waiting for service to get restored after a national outage this morning sent the nation's largest carrier scrambling.
911 calls were disrupted by the nationwide AT&T outages at some points this morning. But now the cybersecurity arm of the Department of Homeland Security says in a memo obtained by ABC News that network called FirstNet has been restored. 2 sources briefed on the situation tell ABC the FBI and DHS are among the federal agencies trying to determine if the AT&T problem was the result of a malfunction or something more malicious like a cyber attack or hack. Brian Clark, ABC News.
KSL News Time 12:03. Chad Daybell will be in court today for his pretrial hearing. He's facing death penalty for conspiring to kill his first wife and Lori Vallow Daybell's 2 children. His trial is set for April 1st. Lori was in an Arizona court yesterday to schedule her next hearing. This one is in connection to the death of her former husband, Charles Vallow. She has already been convicted and sentenced to life in prison for the deaths of her children and Chad's first wife. The hearing is set for August 1st. The parents of Gabby Petito have successfully avoided trial in their emotional distress lawsuit.
Petito was murdered back in 2021 by her fiancé at the time, Brian Laundrie. Her family filed a lawsuit against Laundrie's parents, claiming they knew about the murder and purposely withheld the information. Lawyers from each family say they want to avoid any more legal fees and get to a place where they can put this behind them. The details of the resolution are being kept private. Alexandria Bonilla, KSL News Radio.
A crash on Mountain View Corridor overnight turned fatal.
2 adults in the passenger car were deceased as a result of the crash. The driver of the semi-truck was uninjured, didn't require medical attention.
West Valley Police Sergeant Tyler Longman says a passenger car collided with the semi, likely because of some sort of traffic violation. The road was closed until 4:30 this morning. First look traffic, Ricky Meese, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We do have an accident in Clearfield, southbound I-15 near 650 North. All lanes are now open since it's been moved over to the shoulder. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 12:05.
A legacy of news and information going back generations.
I'll have the radio on. I learned that from my mom. She's listened to KSL her whole life, and I grew up listening to KSL radio too.
I really enjoy listening in the morning.
We have you covered at KSL News Radio.
Grab your family and some gear and head to the 2024 Skijoring the Bear exhibition in Garden City on Friday, February 23rd. Bring your skis and join the race or attend as a spectator to watch horses pull skiers through a course with jumps. Race divisions include Open, Novice, and Rookie, with buckles and cash prizes for the division winners. Everyone can enjoy food trucks, vendors, and more. Skijoring the Bear in Garden City, just west of Heritage Park. Helmets are required for skijoring, and you need to bring your own skis. Kids 10 to 12 are free. Great lodging deals can be found at bearlake.org. Attend this exhibition event on Friday, February 23rd to see or experience the excitement of skijoring. Visit skijoringthebear.com for more information. skijoringthebear.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-530-9353. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-530-9353. That's 800-530-9353. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Thank you for joining us for Utah's Noon News, recapping our top local story. Utah lawmaker is explaining why he wants $1 billion in taxpayer money to build an NHL stadium in Salt Lake City. KSL News Time 12:07. Real Salt Lake dropped their season opener to Lionel Messi and Inter Miami. The score ended up 2-0 in Fort Lauderdale. RSL will be back in action Saturday night in St. Louis. Their first home game isn't until March 2nd. Weekly jobless claims fell again last week and are approaching a key benchmark.
The number of unemployed Americans filing first-time paperwork for benefits fell a significant 12,000 in the week that ended February 17th. Total first-time claims came in at 201,000. The figure briefly fell below 200,000 in January, but that was a first in over a year. In all, about 1.9 million people are receiving benefits.
That is ABC's Jim Ryan reporting. Housing demand is higher in 2024 despite a rise in sale price. Existing home sales increased by more than 3% in January compared to December. National Association of Realtors says sales sped up in the Midwest, South, and West and held steady in the Northeast. The median sale price for an existing home is up 5% from last year. More minorities are becoming homeowners in Utah. KSL News Radio's Britt Johnson has more.
The Latin community in Utah is rapidly growing, and many people are able to take advantage of first-time homebuyer programs that weren't available in their home countries. Former president of the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals, Morelza Baratzuk, says this is life-changing for the people in her community.
Every time that I give a key to somebody that finally can have the house, and you can see them crying, because they having a new life here.
There's also a growing number of Hispanic American real estate agents in Utah that can help facilitate transactions with knowledge of their clients' language and culture, further helping the increase of Hispanic Utahns that can buy a home. Britt Johnson, KSL News Radio.
The Tabernacle Choir touched down in the Philippines for the next part of their world tour. KSL TV's Dan Rascone went with them.
This is history in the making for the choir to be arriving here. This is the very first time they have ever been to the Philippines to perform. Choir members say they're so excited to be able to inspire and uplift and bring hope to the Filipino people through the power of their music.
The choir will perform in 4 different concerts. KSL News Time 12:09. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Ricky Meese, any trouble spots?
We have a few of them out there. A small accident in Davis County, southbound I-15, about 650 north in Clearfield. Moved to the shoulder, so no delay. And we still have the final cleanup of a crash in Salt Lake County on northbound I-15, approaching the 6 South exit now. Tow truck is on the scene. Those vehicles are over to the right shoulder. They may have to open and block a right lane in order to let that truck get by. A crash called out in the Fort Union area on Fort Union Boulevard, about 7200 South, just east of 7th East. Also, watch for fire crews arriving on the scene of a structure fire, 9th South and 6th West. Then for Utah County drivers, a traffic light malfunctioning in all directions. Redwood Road, 2700 North in Lehigh. Imagine pop, rock, and jazz hits with the full power of the Utah Symphony. Get your tickets at utahsymphony.org/pops. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
We'll fall right where we should be this time of year with a high of 47 this afternoon. Partly cloudy skies. 29 overnight. It'll be chilly. How about mostly sunny tomorrow? 48. We bump it up to 52 by Saturday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
A bit of sunshine in downtown Salt Lake City and 45 degrees. Coming up on Utah's Noon News, new economic data shows Utah's economy is off to a great start this year. We're going to learn more from a DMBA certified financial planner next, streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Senate Bill 210 is a medical emergency at the Utah legislature. Ophthalmologists and optometrists are not the same. Optometrists don't complete medical school, no hospital internship, and no surgical residency. Ophthalmologists are medical doctors with years of surgical training on real patients. Now, optometrists want to perform surgery using lasers on the only eyes you'll ever have. Optometrists are not medical doctors, yet they want Senate Bill 210 to suddenly make them surgeons. Does that make sense to you? Your state legislator can help stop this nonsense by voting no. It takes years of training to make a surgeon. No bill can ever change that. Your legislator can help stop this nonsense. Tell your legislator to keep Utah eyes safe.
Paid for by the Utah Ophthalmology Society.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E.
For John's 60th birthday, his family planned to drive down Old Route 66. But the trip took a detour when his wife got sick with RSV. It's a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems and hospitalizations.
This year, we don't want to cancel our plans. We're protecting ourselves with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine.
Abrysvo, a vaccine to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. It's not for everyone and may not protect all who receive it. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had an allergic reaction to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may decrease your response. Most common side effects are tiredness, headache, injection site pain, and muscle pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com.
So don't wait. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, because every breath matters.
KSL News Time 12:15. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
a Utah lawmaker is explaining why he wants to use revenue from a sales tax increase to help fund a new NHL stadium in Salt Lake City. I'm KSL News Radio's Adam Small.
Second, safety officials have lifted a shelter-in-place order for 4 West Jordan schools. The order was made this morning after the fire department received reports of a natural gas smell near the Mountain View Highway. Third, traffic and weather together, Ricky.
We are getting reports of a structure fire. You may want to avoid this area while fire crews are on the scene. They could block traffic 6th West and 9th South. And we also have a traffic light malfunctioning in Lehigh, 2700 North Redwood Road. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Clouds break up this afternoon with a high of 47. I'm Matt Johnson.
A bit of sunshine, 45 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. Time for KSL's top national stories.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Victims of the Boy Scouts of America's sex abuse scandal involving troop leaders can move forward with compensation claims. That after the Supreme Court refused to halt the implementation of the organization's bankruptcy settlement.
The $2.5 billion settlement was challenged by more than 140 survivors of sex abuse who said they wanted the right to sue the Boy Scouts individually. Without explaining its decision, the High Court declined to put the settlement on hold. More than 82,000 claimants have signed up to receive compensation, and the court's move means payments to those victims can continue.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy. 3 Alabama providers of in vitro fertilization have now halted IVF treatments after the state Supreme Court ruled frozen embryos are legally children, all citing concerns over possible lawsuits. President Biden making another push for Israel and Hamas to agree to a brokered ceasefire and hostage release deal. More than 5 months of war in Gaza has created a hunger crisis for nearly 2 million civilians. And attacks in Israel also continue with a deadly shooting on a highway outside Jerusalem. ABC's Marcus Moore with details.
Israeli police saying that 3 gunmen armed with automatic weapons opened fire on cars sitting in traffic. We know that 1 person was killed, 8 injured, and the victims range in ages from 23 to 59 years old and include a 30-year-old woman who's pregnant. Now, the 3 gunmen have been identified as 2 brothers and a 3rd man, all from Bethlehem. Police say that they were killed following the attack by citizens.
The FBI investigating the nationwide outage for AT&T customers today. Service is still being restored, but it's not known if it was a technical glitch or a possible cyber attack. In New Mexico, prosecutors in the involuntary manslaughter trial of Rust weapons handler Hannah Gutierrez Reed allege she did not recheck ammunition on the set before handing the gun to Alec Baldwin, who fired the deadly shot. You're listening to ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth. The Utah's economy is off to a great start this year. New economic data shows Utah is showing growth and stability for the year ahead. Joining me live is DMBA certified financial planner Jerica Espinoza. Jerica, thanks so much for being with me today.
Yes, thank you for having me.
So it's nice to have some good news. What does this strong start mean for the rest of the year?
Yeah, well, I think good, strong start is good for a lot of people. I think last year was a really great year for the economy, and I think it should only continue moving forward. I think this should give a lot of people hope that we're coming out of the pandemic and things are looking good in the future.
Now, this data compared Utah with the rest of the nation. What are some of the areas that we are doing really well in?
Yeah, we do have a really strong job market. Our unemployment rates are really, really low, and so that's a fabulous rating. And then we also are traveling a lot, which is great too. And I think that contributes to people are having a little bit more income that they can travel with, discretionary income, and then also businesses are starting to travel more as well.
So how are we doing as far as home prices?
Yeah, home prices, I don't think a lot of people are very happy about the home prices, but they have dropped a little bit. I think the median was like $473,000, still really high compared to where it was, but they've stabilized. There's still low demand. The interest rates are still pretty high. And so that lends to the home prices not being as low as people are wanting to.
Right. I'm just noticing that the markets are doing super well today with the Dow almost up by 500 points. Is that also due to good economic data?
I think it could be, sure. I think it goes up and down all over the place. But yeah, I think that absolutely. I think things are looking good. And I mean, we talk a lot about how rough it was these past couple of years, but we forget to remember how good it was from 2012 forward till now. And then the market did fabulous last year. So we've got good stuff ahead.
Jerica, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being with me.
Thank you so much.
Live on the KSL Newsline, that is DMBA certified financial planner Jerica Espinoza. KSL News Time, 12:19, traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Ricky, you have some trouble spots out there.
We do, and a big heads up to Utah County drivers. We have a traffic light malfunctioning in all directions at 2700 North Redwood Road in Lehigh. Now, what's a little concerning is that the estimated time to have it corrected and working again is not until 5:30 this evening. So you need to, first of all, treat it as a four-way stop or watch for officers to get you through the area, and then expect possible delays, especially if that will affect your drive home. Now, we also have fire crews responding to a structure fire. It could impact traffic on the roads surrounding the area of 9th South and 600 West, and an accident at Fort Union Boulevard. That's about 7200 South between 7th and 8th East. Lagoon is looking for ride maintenance technicians. Lagoon offers excellent mechanical training programs with amazing career opportunities. Ride maintenance technician position is full-time and year-round. Details, visit lagoonpark.com/jobs. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast has quite the warming trend. We'll start at 47 today with partly cloudy skies by afternoon. For tomorrow, 48. Mostly sunny, up to 52 on Saturday. Partly cloudy skies. Back to mostly sunny on Sunday, but how about a high of 59 degrees? Backing it off to 56 with rain on Monday. And then into Tuesday, it's valley snow, 38. Partly cloudy, 40 by Wednesday. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And a bit of sunshine in downtown Salt Lake City and 45 degrees. The 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. And checking the markets this hour, it's a great day for your 401k. The NASDAQ alone up by 3% at this hour. A complete update of your money news coming up next.
If you've ever set New Year's resolutions before, you know how difficult it is to follow through because you have to wait to see the results. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and in honor of your New Year, New You resolutions, Any Hour Services is having our New Year, New System sale. From now until the end of February, Any Hour Services will give you $2,024 off a new furnace and air conditioner, and you don't have to wait to save the money. You get $2,024 off at the time of purchase. The only thing you have to do to qualify for our New Year, New System sale is call Any Hour Services and schedule a free estimate. When you call, there's no obligation to buy. Just schedule a time to meet that works best for you. Let me say that again. From now until the end of February, when you have Any Hour Services install a new furnace and air conditioner, we'll give you $2,024 off. Call Any Hour Services right now and schedule a free estimate. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Put your phone on D&D. That means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D. That means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Ah, the life of a small business owner. Keeping the lights on, calling all the shots. And then there's workplace accidents. 500-degree ovens, rusty nails. Danger lurks around every corner. Workplace accidents can happen, but there is an easy way to keep your employees covered. Talk to your agent about workers' comp coverage from Pi, or go to piinsurance.com and get a quote. Safety first, then Pi Insurance. Individual rates, offerings, and savings may vary, subject to policy terms and conditions. Not available in all states and situations.
Transform your old, outdated kitchen with Half Price Granite. For a limited time, Half Price Granite is offering special pricing, starting at $25 per square foot installed. That's lower than most big box stores. These prices are some of the lowest around. Granite, quartz, marble, and quartzite, all starting at $25 per square foot installed. Call 801-486-1700 or visit halfpricegranite.com. Half Price Granite, affordable luxury.
Join Mike Stevens of Capital Wealth Advisors for Retire Right Radio, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m. That's Retire Right Radio with Mike Stevens, Saturdays at 5 a.m. and 9 p.m.
KSL News Time 1225. Utah lawmakers are trying to keep up with AI and figure out how to regulate it.
The AI Lab has 3 goals in mind: protecting the public, fostering innovation, and observing and learning.
We keep our eyes on what's happening in AI and not sort of let the technologies run away like happened in social media.
That was Margaret Busey with the Utah Department of Commerce. Busey gave an example of how the lab would teach lawmakers.
And then it would invite relevant AI companies or stakeholders, experts to come and test out maybe proposed guardrails that we might consider putting in.
The bill passed the House floor unanimously. Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
Watching Utah's money, chronic worker shortages led many companies who originally tried to avoid AI and technology to invest in machines. They've also been training the workers that they do have to use advanced technology so they can produce more with less. The result has been an unexpected productivity boom. KFC is releasing a new item. It's called the Cheesa. It's a pizza with a fried chicken base. It will be available starting next week. Taking a look at your money at this moment, the Dow up by 530 points, nearly a full 1.5%. It sits right now at 39,139. S&P up by 111. The NASDAQ up by 475 points, more than 3%. Last month, there was a statue of Jackie Robinson stolen and destroyed. Now, a monument to another civil rights leader has been vandalized.
Visitors to the Martin Luther King Jr. site in Denver found that several pieces of the marble and bronze memorial were gone. For Dr. Vern Howard,
this was like attacking one of my children.
Howard was project manager on the I Have a Dream Memorial, while police in Wichita have determined that the bronze Jackie Robinson sculpture was stolen for its scrap metal value. Howard has a theory about the perpetrators of the Denver crime.
There is evil and hate in their hearts.
The Denver Police Bias-Motivated Crime Unit is investigating. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
The nationally ranked Cougars are on a roll.
Foose dives low, wait, up, and good! Drops it over the 10 for 2.
Saturday, it's BYU, Kansas State.
It's out to Robinson, long three. Oh, man! He just made a 30-footer!
Pregame is at 11 and tip-off at 12. Listen Saturday, BYU, Kansas State, on Utah's legacy home of Big 12 basketball and the BYU Cougars. KSL News Radio.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Salt Lake City will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 801-263-7777. That's 801-263-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
KSL and the Movie Show will be at My Hearing Centers this Friday from 10 to 1. My Hearing Centers changes lives through better hearing. Visit myhearingcenters.com. KSL News Time 12:29. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's Dino Pay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Ricky Meese is here with the update.
It's a nice-looking drive on all the Valley freeways, delay-free as well. We do have a couple of surface street issues. One, repair crews on the scene in Lehigh trying to fix this light at Redwood Road and 2700 North. Again, this could take a while to be corrected, so you need to plan ahead, and we're already seeing some backups in the area. We also have a crash at just east of 7th East at Fort Union Boulevard. That's approximately 7200 South. Common Spirit hospitals, clinics, and caregivers, all connected to advanced healthcare in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Healthcare with human kindness is here. Hello, human kindness. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Cloudy skies to start today will give way to more sunshine. We'll call it partly cloudy with a high of 47. 29 overnight, mostly clear. Mostly sunny tomorrow, high of 48. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
Right now it's 45 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City.
You're listening to Utah's New News with Maria Chaleos
on KSL News Radio,
102.7 FM and 1160 AM.
Good afternoon, KSL News Time 12:30. KSL's top story this hour, and it is developing news on KSL News Radio. Several schools in West Jordan were ordered to shelter in place this morning after the fire department received multiple calls from residents of a natural gas smell. KSL News Radio's Eric Cabrera is live in West Jordan with the very latest. Eric?
Maria, I'm just outside of Copper Canyon Elementary, which is one of 4 schools instructed by authorities to keep their kids inside while they investigated. Deputy Fire Chief Chris Trevino told me it was around 7:40 this morning when the first of multiple calls in the neighborhood of 9300 South and 4300 West of a gas smell.
So at that point, we were out and about throughout that area, and we weren't unable to find any natural gas leaks. We worked with Dominion, again, West Jordan PD. They reached out to Kennecott just to see if there was anything that we could potentially find that they were doing, or if they noticed it as well.
The investigation failed to turn up a source or cause, but as I'm standing outside, just like Trevino said, the smell is gone. Kids are playing outside for lunch on the playground, and all schools have been given the green light to resume as usual. Reporting live from West Jordan, Eric Cabrera, KSL News Radio.
This month may end up being one of Utah's wettest Februaries on record, which is good news for our snowpack, but spring is looking more uncertain.
The National Weather Service has released its 3-month weather outlook, predicting what Utah's spring is going to look like. They say we'll most likely see above average temperatures. But when it comes to precipitation, the whole state is just listed as having equal chances. That means we don't quite know how much rain or snow Utah will get as we head into spring. Despite not having any clear idea of how much precipitation we're going to get, there's still good news on the snowpack front. KSL.com reports that even if Utah doesn't get any more rain or snow for the rest of the winter, we still have more water available than we had at this point in 2021 and 2022. Emma Keddington, KSL News Radio.
Utah Avalanche Center is warning of considerable avalanche danger in the Logan area mountains. The center says yesterday's heavy snow has increased danger at all elevations. A woman is suing Bountiful Police after she says an officer broke her jaw. KSL News Radio's Alexandria Bonilla reports.
Greta Jensen claims an officer used excessive force and broke her jaw when she didn't even commit a crime. Court documents say the officer responded to a call about a domestic issue. It was an argument between her and her ex-husband. The officer started to question her for what he called a potential investigation. Jensen says that she walked away because she did not commit a crime. But when she didn't stop after the officer demanded her to get on the ground, he tackled her in the street and punched her in the face.
She was arrested at the time. Her charges were quickly dropped. The police department is investigating the claims. A West Valley man is facing charges accused of having explosive materials in his car earlier this month. Police evacuated several nearby businesses while a bomb squad checked out Arthur Palmer's car and cleared the scene. KSL's top national stories. One of the nation's top-ranked universities is bringing back standardized tests as part of the admissions process.
Yale says it's reevaluated its test-optional admissions policy that began during the pandemic. The Ivy League school says it realized this policy could inadvertently disadvantage students from low-income, first-generation, or rural backgrounds. Yale is once again going to require scores, but is allowing applicants to submit their advanced placement or international baccalaureate scores instead of the SAT or ACT. Brian Clark, ABC News.
Here in Utah, the University of Utah is going down an alternate route. The U has announced it's extending its test optional policy indefinitely. KSL News Radio's Heather Peterson explains.
The U's Board of Trustees decided this week to extend its test optional policy indefinitely. They say it's been working well since they've gone this route. Academic performance hasn't dropped off, and the applicant pool has grown. This is part of a national trend with more and more universities dropping their testing requirements.
More than 2,000 colleges have gone test optional nationwide, including 18 here in Utah. There's been a significant increase in the number of people under the age of 55 dying from colon cancer.
An American Cancer Society report in 2024, they said colon cancer is the #1 cause of cancer-related death in men under 50, and colorectal cancer is the #2 cause of cancer-related deaths in women under 50.
Dr. Nathan Merriman is the medical director of gastroenterology and digestive health at Intermountain Health. He says colon cancer is very preventable and treatable if caught early with a colonoscopy. He says everyone should get a colon cancer screening by age 45 or even younger if there's a family history or someone is having symptoms. Don Brinkerhoff, KSL News Radio.
First Look Traffic, here's Ricky Meese. And we'll check back with Ricky in just a moment.
Join your friends who rely on KSL each morning for the fastest routes to work and school.
I like traffic on the 9s.
So I need to get the kids up earlier so that my son isn't driving quickly in a snowstorm.
Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 9s.
On KSL News Radio.
Coming back. And let's go back now to Ricky Meese. Ricky?
We do have a traffic light malfunctioning in Lehigh. You need to use caution at this intersection, Redwood Road, 2700 North. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL News Time, 1236. Well, this is the first time in a few years that I'm not dreading short season. And that's because I'm finally taking off the extra pounds with the help of slcfatloss.com. slcfatloss.com works for me because number one, it's easy and it's not a fad diet. Their healthy eating plan is just easy to follow and ensures that I will keep eating healthy when my maintenance begins. Plus, I love their app. It helps me start the day with a 1-minute inspirational video and a great recipe or two to help me mix things up a bit when it comes to my food choices. I've lost 14 pounds in the last 3 weeks. That's a full dress size, and I lost it naturally, safely, and effectively. With slcfatloss.com, there are no prepackaged meals, no surgery, no injections. Check it out for yourself. Just go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation. You can do it in person or virtually. This is a great way to jumpstart your weight loss. Many of their clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Call 801-450-1882 or go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What's up? I'm tired of feeling so bloated. That used to be me. Then I got this. Align Bloating Relief plus Food Digestion. A probiotic, right? Yeah, it works naturally with your gut to help soothe occasional bloating and gas. Plus, it has vitamin B12 to aid digestion by helping convert food to cellular energy. 2 benefits, 1 capsule.
Align Bloating Relief plus Food Digestion from the #1 doctor-recommended probiotic brand. Get $5 off at alignprobiotics.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. And now, during the final days of our President's Day sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus 10% off all bases. Ends Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Mr. Mac's Buy One, Get One sale. Buy one suit for $2.99. Get the second for $100. Any style, any occasion. Free alterations in 9 locations. Mr. Mac.
Breaking news on KSL News Radio. We're just learning that the 2 people killed in a crash on the Mountain View corridor last night were 77-year-old Ronald Nelson and his wife, 78-year-old Lainey. West Valley City Police say the couple died after their car collided with a semi-truck at 35th South, likely because of some sort of traffic violation. Food hasn't been this expensive in 3 decades. That's according to a report from the Wall Street Journal. Moody's Analytics chief economist Mark Zandi says this could be because of things like high labor costs and a record low number of cattle.
In some cases, it's strong demand. In other cases, a limited supply. Other cases, weather events. It's a mixed range of factors that are driving the price increases.
On the bright side, Zandi says the rate prices are increasing is slower than it was a year ago, and he expects that to continue. Meantime, lawmakers in Utah want to give voters the option to reduce the state's food sales tax. So one small hitch. The plan would require a change to the state constitution. KSL News Radio's Peter Johnston reports.
This is the ultimate 2 birds with 1 stone thing coming up on November's ballot. Voters are going to be able to decide whether they want to amend the Utah Constitution and remove the earmark that dedicates the state's income tax solely to education. It would take 2/3 of people to give a thumbs up for this to happen, but lawmakers passed a rule last year that if that earmark goes away, so does Utah's 1.75% sales tax on food. As for the odds of a real constitutional change going down, a Deseret News poll from last spring shows only 1/3 of voters are for it, while half are against it. Peter Johnston, KSL News Radio.
Food isn't the only thing that we're paying more for. Consumer Price Index is reporting that the cost of car insurance has gone up 20% this year. Janet Ruiz with the Insurance Information Institute says there are a few things that you can do to keep your personal insurance as low as possible.
The way that people can control some of the cost is, one, safer driving. Slow down, leave early for work. There's all these small things that you can do that actually make a difference.
She says taking a higher deductible on your insurance premiums can also help with that cost. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
Well, for those traveling the Valley freeways, it is delay-free. However, we still have the final cleanup of an earlier crash in Mill Creek, northbound I-215's East Belt, approaching the I-80 junction. But again, it's out of traffic on the shoulder. Also, a little bit of busy traffic going northbound on I-215's west side, but up at the north end, this is as you're passing about 700 north, and overall not a big drive there. Legacy seeing some busy traffic too, and that's going northbound just after I-215's junction. Watch for traffic lights malfunctioning Redwood Road at 2700 north. Tired of being a doorman for your furry friends? Say hello to Utah's own Pet Door Products. Their pet doors are energy efficient, weatherproof, and secure. Visit www.petdoorproducts.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Forecast high today, 47. Normal for the date, 47 on the dot. Partly cloudy skies by this afternoon. Hey, we'll dip it off to 29. One of the chillier nights we've had in quite some time. 48 tomorrow afternoon with mostly sunny skies. Hey, we'll push it into Saturday, 52 degrees with a mix of sun and clouds. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
It's mostly cloudy in downtown Salt Lake City and 46 degrees. Coming up on Utah's New News, we'll hear more from the lawmaker who wants to spend $1 billion to build an NHL arena in Salt Lake City. That's next, streaming live at KSLNewsRadio.com and on the app for KSL News Radio. We are Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
Do you ever feel like getting your supplies for your CPAP is just a huge headache? Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent with Alpine Home Medical. We'll say goodbye to the hassle and hello to a stress-free life with our CPAP resupply service. Signing up is a breeze. Just place a call, choose your products, and leave the insurance billing and shipping to us. Our discreet packaging prioritizes your privacy, and we always ensure an on-time delivery. No more trips to the store or worrying about running out of important supplies. We get how crucial your CPAP therapy is, so don't let the stress of keeping up with it affect your sleep and health. Join Alpine Resupply today and enjoy a tranquil night's sleep with all your CPAP essentials. Visit us at alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Intermountain Medical Center in Murray, LDS Hospital in Salt Lake City, and Utah Valley Hospital in Provo are ranked among the 2023 list for best cancer hospitals in the nation by Newsweek magazine, with a high level of comprehensive personalized care and treatment they provide. Intermountain Cancer Center locations provide an integrated, personalized approach to cancer treatment care, close to home for patients throughout the Intermountain West, as well as telehealth services. Brought to you by Intermountain Health and KSL News Radio.
I'm Jason Walton. In business, I mentor hundreds of Utahns as they pursue their American dream. The same dream career politicians treat with contempt. They send our money to our enemies abroad while shortchanging our veterans at home. It's not right. They're letting drug cartels escort criminals and terrorists across our border. It's time to stand up. So I'm running for the United States Senate. Stand with me. I'm Jason Walton, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Jason Walton for Senate.
Experience classical hits through a new lens. The Utah Symphony presents Masterworks Magnified, themed and fun-filled concert events that take you beyond the music. Are you a book lover? February 2nd and 3rd, discover the world of music inspired by literature. Then on April 26th and 27th, explore the powerful connection between music and motion. Bring a date or a few friends for a night out at downtown Salt Lake City's Abrovnal Hall. Before the concert, grab drinks and specialty concessions and explore themed activities. Then settle into your seat. A host will guide you through the music and captivating visuals will be projected as the orchestra plays. Masterworks Magnified is the perfect first symphony concert or a chance to experience classical music in a new way. Tickets start at $21 at utahsymphony.org/magnified.
Experience classical music hits through a new lens with the Utah Symphony's Masterworks Magnified performances. Learn more at utahsymphony.org. KSL News Time 1245. The three things you need to know this hour. First,
this month may end up being one of Utah's wettest Februaries on record, which is good news for our snowpack, but spring is looking more uncertain. I'm KSL News Radio's Emma Keddington.
Second, West Valley police say the couple who died in a crash on Mountain View Corridor last night was 77-year-old Ronald Nelson and his wife, 78-year-old Lainey. Third, traffic and weather together, Ricky.
Be ready for some possible delays, especially if this light doesn't get fixed before your drive home. In Utah County, a traffic light malfunctioning in all directions, Redwood Road, 2700 North, and the cleanup of a crash at Fort Union Boulevard and 7th East. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
High pressure on the move. We could be flirting with 60 by Sunday. I'm Matt Johnson.
Mostly cloudy, 46 degrees at the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios. KSL's top national stories from ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. In Alabama, a third in vitro fertilization provider is pausing IVF treatments due to legal concerns in the wake of the state's highest court ruling that frozen embryos are children. The judge in the civil fraud trial against Donald Trump's family businesses has rejected a request to delay payment of the fine.
Having already ruled that Trump committed fraud and having ordered him to pay $355 million plus interest, Judge Arthur Engoron now flatly rejects Trump's request for a delay of that judgment. In an email he sent late this morning, Engoron told Trump's lawyers they have failed to explain, much less justify, any basis for a stay. It would mean Trump has just 30 days to pay the fine in cash or to post a bond for the full amount plus interest in order to appeal the ruling.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy. The FBI is now investigating today's nationwide cell service outage for thousands of AT&T customers. It's working to restore service. Officials don't know what caused the outage. This is ABC News.
Time for the KSL In-Depth. Lawmakers now say they want to use $1 billion to build an NHL arena in Salt Lake City. Senator Dan McKay, who proposed the bill, told David Dujanovic that we are uniquely positioned to attract more professional sports teams.
There are very few cities, there are very few states in the country who are looking at the problems that Utah has. We have a burgeoning housing market, we have a growing economy, and we are attracting the nation. We're attracting the attention of the nation for lots of great reasons. And we're also attracting the attention of the world with the Olympics coming in 2034, we hope. And now we have, major league franchises who are looking at, or, major league sports who are looking at the opportunities in Utah, who are looking at the fans, who are looking at, all the economic positive news that's coming out of the state of Utah and wanting to be part of being here.
The money would come from a sales tax increase in Salt Lake City from 7.75 to 8.25%. McKay says this would compensate for the $1 billion price tag over a 30-year time frame.
Working with Salt Lake City and working with Salt Lake County, we feel like NHL and MLB keeping the Jazz downtown makes an important investment in the state of Utah. It makes an important investment in our urban downtown core and makes important, really generational investments in the state. And I recognize, and we don't do this lightly, if you look at MLB, they're pulling levers that for the most part will be absorbed by out of town, people visiting the state of Utah. So tourism will largely support those efforts. The sales tax from the Salt Lake City side, it's a local option that gives Salt Lake City the option to enact this 0.5% sales tax. That 0.5 consumptive-based tax, I love those as far as tax goes, because people get to choose how much they pay of it, and that consumptive-based tax will then help fund this generational investment in downtown Salt Lake. And I think if you look at the diversified levers that both options are pulling, we get a lot of strength in the state of Utah for the investment that will be made.
The bill is being heard in committee today. The tax increase would need to be approved by the legislature and the Salt Lake City Council. Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Here's Ricky Meese.
Delay-free on the Valley freeways. That's the good news. A couple of surface street problems. One in Lehigh, and this could last for a while. A traffic light malfunctioning. This is 2700 North Redwood Road. It's affecting all directions of travel. Crews are on the scene. They are not anticipating having this working correctly again until 5:30, and that could affect your drive home. We also have a single vehicle crash, a report of one, called out at 1700 South 5th East, and the final cleanup of a crash at Fort Union Boulevard. That's approximately 7200 South, just east of 700 East. Advanced Windows Products offers Graber window covers. High-end quality with the best warranty. Save 30% off when you mention KSL. 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
KSL 7-day forecast has some spring-like temperatures in store for the weekend. Today we start at partly cloudy skies. By afternoon, 47. 48 tomorrow, mostly sunny. We'll go back to partly cloudy on Saturday, 52. How about 59 on Sunday with mostly sunny skies? That's all ahead of another storm on Monday. 56 degrees, rain, then it's back to snow on the valley floor on Tuesday. 38 the high. We'll then go partly cloudy skies on Wednesday, 40 degrees. From the KSL Weather Center, I'm Matt Johnson.
And right now, partly cloudy, 45 degrees in downtown Salt Lake City. The 7-day forecast is brought to you by Performance Automotive Bountiful. Some great numbers in the financial markets today. A complete update of your money news coming up next.
Tonight on a Law & Order Thursday event, we bid Jack McCoy farewell in Sam Waterston's final episode on Law & Order.
It's been a hell of a ride.
Then on SVU, the stunning conclusion of a case that's haunted Benson. And on Organized Crime, Stabler searches for a victim from his past.
I'm looking for someone I thought I'd saved.
On a Law & Order Thursday event tonight on NBC.
Then stay tuned for KSL 5 News at 10.
Tonight on KSL, they found someone to build a deck.
He told me he was licensed.
They paid cash.
$11,615.
They were left with
nothing, absolutely nothing. He took the money.
They decided to get Gephardt.
Why is he allowed to keep doing this?
That's the question of what now I'm trying to figure out.
Why some unlicensed contractors are walking away with big bucks and small consequences, and what you can do about it. Get Gephardt, cited but not shut down. Tonight at 10 on KSL.
Camping season is finally here, and it's time to start an adventure in an RV from a Motorsportsland RV Center. Whether you're looking for a motorhome, fifth wheel, travel trailer, toy hauler, or folding trailer, Motorsportsland has hundreds of options to choose from. Last week, we kicked off the RV season with the Utah Spring RV Show. If you didn't make it or just couldn't find the right RV for you, Motorsportsland invites you to any of our 3 locations in Mill Creek, Salt Lake City, or Spanish Fork to see a huge selection of premium RVs, all at show pricing through this week only. We've also got an incredible selection of pre-owned and clearance price models to choose from. When you buy from Motorsportsland, you support a local, family-owned business and get a hassle-free buying experience without the hidden fees and high-pressure tactics of the national RV chains. Find your next adventure at Motorsportsland. Then let us help you get away.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
Senate Bill 210 is a medical emergency at the Utah legislature. Ophthalmologists and optometrists are not the same. Optometrists don't complete medical school, no hospital internship, and no surgical residency. Ophthalmologists are medical doctors with years of surgical training on real patients. Now, optometrists want to perform surgery using lasers on the only eyes you'll ever have. Optometrists are not medical doctors, yet they want Senate Bill 210 to suddenly make them surgeons. Does that make sense to you? Your state legislator can help stop this nonsense by voting no. It takes years of training to make a surgeon. No bill can ever change that. Your legislator can help stop this nonsense. Tell your legislator to keep Utah eyes safe.
Paid for by the Utah Ophthalmology Society.
Getting help with plumbing repairs is easier than you think. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Watching Utah's money, Boeing says the head of its 737 jetliner program is leaving the company immediately. Ed Clark had been with Boeing for 18 years, but the recent trouble is proving too much. The shakeup comes weeks after the head of the FAA said that Boeing is not paying enough attention to safety. Entering the workforce is proving extremely difficult. Most college graduates don't even use their degrees. The Wall Street Journal looked at more than 10 million graduates and found that 52% of them work at a job that isn't in their degree field. 45% are working at a job that doesn't require a degree. Your money at this moment, the Dow up by 435 points, more than a full percent, sitting at 39,045. S&P 500 up 103, and the Nasdaq up by 456.
Grab your family and some gear and head to the 2024 Skijoring the Bear exhibition in Garden City on Friday, February 23rd. Bring your skis and join the race or attend as a spectator to watch horses pull skiers through a course with jumps. Race divisions include Open, Novice, and Rookie, with buckles and cash prizes for the division winners. Everyone can enjoy food trucks, vendors, and more. Skijoring the Bear in Garden City, just west of Heritage Park. Helmets are required for skijoring, and you need to bring your own skis. Kids 10 to 12 are free. Great lodging deals can be found at bearlake.org. Attend this exhibition event on Friday, February 23rd to see or experience the excitement of skijoring. Visit skijoringthebear.com for more information. skijoringthebear.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Visit the contest page on KSLNewsRadio.com. This week, win tickets to see the Utah Symphony perform Gershwin. Charismatic jazz trumpeter Byron Stripling takes the stage with Grammy-nominated singer Carmen Gradford, March 1st at Abravanel Hall. Or win tickets to the Crossroads of the West Gun Show, March 2nd and 3rd at the Weber County Fairgrounds in Ogden. Text the word contest to 57500 or go to KSLNewsRadio.com/contests.
Traffic and weather together. It's brought to you by Sinclair's DinoPay app. Save up to 20 cents per gallon. Ricky?
We are looking at a quiet drive on the Valley freeways. That's the good news. But we are still dealing with some surface street issues. One is a single vehicle accident, 1700 South near 5th East, and the final cleanup of a crash, 7th East Fort Union Boulevard. But also be aware that traffic lights are malfunctioning at the intersection of 2700 North Redwood Road in Lehigh. Save up to 20 cents off per gallon using Sinclair's DinoPay app. Find a Sinclair station, store amenities, purchase history, and enjoy a simple, secure way to pay for fuel. Download the free app today. Ricky Meese in the KSL Traffic Center.
Still a chance of lingering showers across the Wasatch Front this afternoon, clearing the way for more sunshine tomorrow. Right now, 45 degrees downtown.
KSL FM Midvale.
KSL Salt Lake City.
From the KSL Common Spirit Health Studios, this is KSL News Radio.
Utah's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 1 o'clock at KSL News Radio. I'm Britt Johnson. KSL's top story this hour, Senator Dan McKay is explaining why he wants to use money from an increase in Salt Lake City's sales tax to help fund an NHL stadium. McKay tells David Dujanovic this would be a generational investment designed to keep people coming into the downtown area, which would help buck the trend other metro areas in the country are seeing.
It is hard to not appreciate the fact that we might be shortcutting what some of the biggest downtowns are experiencing.
If his bill was signed into law and the Salt Lake City Council signs off on it, the city's sales tax would rise by 0.5%. McKay says that would generate $1 billion over the next 30 years. Our top national story this hour from ABC News. In recent years, pandas have been disappearing from U.S. zoos as China has ordered them back since they were all loaned from the Chinese government. But that seems to be changing in a sort of diplomatic move, says ABC's Alex Stone.
China and the U.S. may not have the friendliest political relationship, but they do still have a fuzzy one, apparently. China announcing its Wildlife Conservation Association now has an agreement with the San Diego Zoo and with the Madrid Zoo in Spain to lend the zoos pandas. Atlanta has been the final U.S. zoo with pandas, but they were set to return to China this year. The Chinese embassy says the country is also negotiating with the National Zoo in Washington to possibly return pandas there as well. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Your money at this moment, the Dow in the green, 409 points. The S&P is up 99 points. The NASDAQ has gained 441 points. Coming up, it looks like a nice weekend is on the way. KSL weather is next. KSL News Time 101.
Here's a way to get breaking news updates anywhere you go.
At the store or in a work meeting, you can get breaking news on your phone.
You can quickly read it, swipe, or click for more. It's super discreet, super fast.
That's the app for KSL News Radio.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Grab your family and some gear and head to the 2024 Skijoring the Bear exhibition in Garden City on Friday, February 23rd. Bring your skis and join the race or attend as a spectator to watch horses pull skiers through a course with jumps. Race divisions include Open, Novice, and Rookie with buckles and cash prizes for the division winners. Everyone can enjoy food trucks,